Welcome to the historic blah, a place where the past moves very slowly, where kings wrote letters that took months to arrive, and farmers counted the seasons, one gentle sunrise at a time. Tonight we'll wander through the calm corridors of history, no wars, no drama, just the quiet turning of time. So take a deep breath, let your thoughts drift like leaves on a still pond. And if you find peace in these sleepy stories, you can like, comment, and subscribe, not out of urgency, but simply whenever you wake up. For now, close your eyes and let history whisper you to sleep. Welcome to Beautifully Boring History. Story 1. The Ordeal of Water Drowning the Innocent in 13th Century England. You are standing beside a modest English stream in the early 1200s. The morning mist curls over the surface like breath exhaled by the earth itself. This is not a place for a picnic or reflection. It is a courtroom, and the stream still and shallow will serve as the judge. Today, a woman named Elswith of Fenwick is to be tried not in front of robed magistrates or parchment laws, but before the cold, unyielding element of water. Her village believes she has cast the evil eye. Milk has soured. A cow gave birth to a calf with twisted legs. A child became fevered after touching her shawl. In a time when evidence was myth and fear could pass for reason, Elswith is accused of sorcery, an ambiguous charge that needs no witnesses. She will be tied, she will be lowered into the brook, and the water will decide. This is trial by ordeal. The ordeal of water was more than superstition. It was law, legitimized by both secular and ecclesiastical courts. The belief was that water, a pure element sanctified through baptism, would accept the innocent and reject the guilty. If the accused sank, they were seen as pure. If they floated, the water had refused them. To float was to be guilty. In practice, this meant that innocence was often paid for with breath. The accused was bound, sometimes with rope, sometimes with a chain, and carefully lowered into the water. Observers claimed the test was impartial, but the variables were many. The density of clothing, the air trapped in fabric, even the temperature of the water. The event was slow, deliberate, and conducted with the eerie silence of ritual. Priests would bless the stream. Villagers would mutter prayers. The accused would often weep or recite psalms. It was all part of a theater of judgment, where water replaced wisdom. This wasn't a private affair. The entire village was involved. Judgment was not handed down by elites in isolation. Rather, communities bore responsibility for policing their own. This was the age of the tithing, where every 10 households watched over each other. If one person strayed morally, legally, or supernaturally, it reflected on them all. Thus, participation in the ordeal was not just encouraged, it was expected. You see, it wasn't only justice being served, it was fear being exorcised. To live in a medieval village was to exist in a world that blurred the divine with the mundane. Illnesses, storms, or even a poor harvest could be attributed to sin, to spiritual imbalance, or to the influence of malevolent forces. Trials by ordeal gave people a method primitive, certainly to restore balance. They were both judicial and psychological. Contrary to modern assumptions, the church initially supported the ordeal. It provided the prayers, the priests, and the spiritual justification. Pope Innocent III, one of the most powerful popes of the medieval period, did not formally denounce the ordeal until the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. Even then, the practice lingered in rural areas for decades. There was a strange symmetry between canon law and custom. Bishops might rule on theological disputes in ornate cathedrals, but down in the hamlets and manors, the law moved with simpler rhythms. Priests would offer benedictions over water or fire, invoking gods not with legal codes, but with incense and Latin. It's worth noting that by condemning the ordeal in 1215, the church didn't end it. Rather, it withdrew its priests from officiating, which undercut the ritual's spiritual legitimacy, but in the minds of many villagers, divine judgment didn't need official sanction. Why Elswith? Why did her neighbors, who had shared ale and barley with her for years, suddenly decide she was dangerous? It begins, as many accusations did, with change. Perhaps Elswith had been widowed, or perhaps she had become wealthier than others through good harvests or clever bartering, or she had simply spoken out of turn. Medieval English villages were tightly woven communities where roles were fixed and expectations rigid. A woman alone, or too independent, could draw suspicion simply by existing outside the norm. Add to that a sick child or spoiled milk, and her fate could be sealed. The villagers didn't think themselves cruel. Quite the opposite, they saw themselves as protectors of moral order. To let a potential witch go untested would be to invite chaos into their already fragile world. It is difficult for the modern mind to grasp how deeply the ordeal was embedded into the legal fabric. Though primitive, it was not outside the law. English common law under Henry II had begun to standardize procedures, but trials by ordeal remained an accepted method of determining guilt, especially when direct evidence was lacking. In fact, some records show defendants choosing the ordeal, hoping for divine exoneration. The alternative was often trial by combat or imprisonment without trial. For many, floating in a brook seemed a merciful risk. The ordeal served as a bridge between emerging bureaucratic systems and ancient beliefs. It was a tool for when law met its limits and belief filled the void. The moment of judgment. You can picture it now. The sun hangs low. The villagers stand in a ring. Elswith's hands are bound in front of her with rough, wet hemp. Her ankles are tied. She is lowered into the stream, not thrown, but gently dipped, like a child into baptismal water. The priest mutters a prayer, although by 12:30 that priest may have only watched in silence, his role officially revoked. Still, his presence lends gravitas. She floats. The murmurs begin. She is pulled out, coughing cold, alive but marked. Being found guilty did not necessarily mean death, at least, not by legal sentence. It might mean banishment. It might mean imprisonment. It might mean execution, yes, but often by the hands of her neighbors rather than a crown's decree. Many were simply left alone afterward, their guilt a stain rather than a sentence. But for Elswith, floating meant spiritual failure. Her soul had been weighed and found wanting. And yet, one must ask, what if she had sunk? What if the cold water filled her lungs while the villagers turned their heads and whispered that she had been innocent all along? Would her body be given honors? Or would the same villagers quietly bury her, grateful for the sacrifice? The legal labyrinth of early 13th century England. To understand why Elswith and others like her faced water instead of a judge, you need to look at the state of English law in the early 1200s, a patchwork of emerging systems, ancient customs, and the waning grip of divine ritual. Following the Norman conquest in 1066, English legal structures began a slow process of centralization. William the Conqueror imposed a new order that sought to merge Anglo-Saxon customs with continental legal thought. By the time of Henry II in the late 12th century, the groundwork for what would become common law had begun. Royal justices were dispatched to circuits throughout the kingdom, and written legal records began to replace oral tradition. But for all these administrative advancements, most rural people still encountered the law in a very different form through manorial courts, village assemblies, and ecclesiastical intervention. In this environment, trial by ordeal thrived, not as a contradiction to law, but as a convenient loophole where formal evidence was lacking. In theory, the Crown preferred proof, eyewitnesses, confessions, or written documentation. In practice, these were often impossible to obtain. So the law turned to God. Ordeal, particularly by water or fire, filled in the gaps. It was legally recognized under what was known as the Judicium Dei, the judgment of God. The Fourth Lateran Council, and the withdrawal of the Church. Something changed in 1215. Pope Innocent III, arguably the most influential pontiff of the High Middle Ages, gathered thousands of bishops, abbots, and clergy from across Europe in Rome for what would become the Fourth Lateran Council. Among the many reforms announced, ranging from heresy laws to clerical conduct, was one seismic shift in criminal justice. Priests were now prohibited from participating in ordeals. No more blessings of water or iron, no more prayers before trials, no more religious sanction for public tests of guilt. This was not just spiritual policy, it was a decisive legal blow. Ordeals without priests lost their legitimacy, and slowly the apparatus that had supported the ritual began to erode. But slowly is the key word, because while the church officially stepped away, the custom lingered in hamlets and towns where canon law felt like distant thunder, easily ignored. In places like Fenwick, law was still largely communal. Villages operated under what historians call folk jurisdiction. Local lords often held manorial courts, settling land disputes, small thefts, or accusations of moral failure. These courts were informal, practical, and deeply influenced by custom. For example, if a villager's livestock trampled a neighbor's crops, compensation would be decided by a jury of neighbors' peers who knew both parties. But when accusations turned toward the supernatural, witchcraft, curses, divine offenses, community logic faltered. The ordeal offered a kind of ritual solution. It required no witnesses, no documents, no motive, just a body, a rope, and an element. For the villagers, it was fairness by another name. And while higher courts frowned upon it increasingly by the 13th century, local courts continued the practice under the guise of tradition. Even when the clergy withdrew, secular landowners and magistrates filled the vacuum. In fact, many were relieved. Without priests, the rituals could be performed without ecclesiastical interference. Legal theater became more secular but no less performative. Ellsworth's story is tragically common because women were especially vulnerable to this form of justice, not merely because of the accusations of witchcraft, but because of legal invisibility. In medieval England, a woman's legal identity was often tied to a man, her father, husband, or brother. Widows and unmarried women were in a precarious position. They could own property, yes, but they were also susceptible to suspicion, especially if they wielded any kind of social or economic independence. Herbs, midwifery, or simply knowledge of sickness could be used against them. Even gossip could kill. Scholars have found that the ordeal of water was disproportionately applied to women in rural courts. Perhaps this was because it required no strength, no swordplay. Unlike trial by combat, it did not demand physical prowess. It was, in a cruel twist, egalitarian. In this light, the ordeal of water became not just a legal tool, but a gendered mechanism for controlling social deviation. We do not have direct records of Ellsworth herself. She is a symbolic figure, reconstructed from fragments of archival material, court rolls, and ecclesiastical mandates. But names like hers appear regularly in 13th century manorial court records. In the 100 Rolls of 1279, a woman named Agnes of Lee was accused of causing a neighbor's miscarriage through evil speech. Another entry from the Assize Rolls of 1255 mentions a woman cast into water for suspicion of dealings with spirits, although her outcome was not recorded. In most of these records, details are scant. Guilt is often assumed. Punishment ranges from penance to exile. Occasionally, the accused disappears from the rolls entirely, a blank space where a life used to be. Even when the ordeal fell out of favor, its logic lingered. Accusation plus misfortune equaled guilt. The retreat of the ordeal and the rise of rational trial. The early 13th century was a legal turning point. As common law solidified, the ordeal became less appealing to royal justices. Henry III and later Edward I promoted a more bureaucratic system relying on juries, written pleas, and inquests. Sheriffs became more powerful. Royal courts began to extend even into the countryside. Jury trials became the new standard. Though imperfect, they at least attempted to weigh evidence, hear testimony, and offer rebuttal. In time, ordeals were seen as backward, unreliable, even shameful. But for decades after 1215, they lived on in the shadows in places where kings, writs rarely reached, where Latin charters meant little, and where a child's sickness could still spark a drowning. We return now to Elswith. She survived the ordeal, but in surviving, she was condemned. The water refused her. Her neighbors declared her guilty. What became of her? Perhaps she was exiled from the village, forced to live alone in the woods. Perhaps she fled to a nearby monastery and begged sanctuary. Perhaps she married into another village and began again under a new name. But more likely she remained watched, whispered about, and feared. This was the hidden cruelty of the ordeal. Its legal outcome may have been mild, but its social sentence was lifelong. Imagine, for a moment, being Elswith not only in the ordeal itself, but afterward. Every glance in the market, every turn back at church, children told not to look at you, neighbors leaving bread at your door not out of kindness but out of fear. In this way, trial by ordeal wasn't only a test of guilt, it was a lifelong brand. Even acquittal brought suspicion. If the water accepted you, was it because you were innocent, or because the test was flawed? Could the villagers trust what they saw? The ordeal didn't resolve conflict. It suspended it, offloading moral uncertainty onto the elements. As England moved toward the 14th century, the ordeal finally withered under the weight of a growing legal state. The Black Death would soon transform the structure of labor and society. Urbanization expanded. Education increased. But even as the law modernized, echoes of the ordeal remained. The fear of women with knowledge, the suspicion of outsiders, the preference for spectacle over fact, these would simply find new forms. From ducking stools to witch hunts, the logic of the ordeal would reincarnate. By the early 1300s, the ritual of the ordeal, once a cornerstone of popular justice in England, had become a fading echo. The Fourth Lateran Council's prohibition in 1215 had started the unraveling, and the increasing strength of royal courts only accelerated it. No longer sanctified by the Church, and now legally outdated, the ordeal's legitimacy eroded year by year. But as with all deeply embedded customs, it did not disappear all at once. Instead, it lingered like smoke in the corners of remote villages, reshaped by necessity and nostalgia. In the quiet hamlets far from Westminster's reach, people still remembered how truth had once been found at the bottom of a stream. Even as jury trials began to standardize criminal procedure, ordeals continued to be whispered about, performed unofficially, or adapted into newer forms of social judgment. What replaced the ritual wasn't always more humane. Sometimes it was exile or branding or public penance, but it was more bureaucratic, more rational. The law was becoming a creature of scribes and sheriffs. And that would slowly change everything. Let's revisit the scene from Elswith's village, but imagine it 50 years later. The year is now 1280. A similar accusation emerges. A woman is blamed for a season of poor health and withered crops. But this time, instead of being led to a stream, she is brought before the reeve and the local lord steward. The village now maintains a manorial court record, a parchment scroll, and a dozen jurors from the community are assembled. Questions are asked. When was the sickness first noticed? Had she had any public quarrels? Was she known to mutter, to curse, to mix herbs? Instead of submitting her body to nature, she submits to the opinions of those around her. It is no less frightening and no less arbitrary in its social biases, but the process is changing. What is lost is the theater, the divine invocation, the visceral moment when God's will was supposedly made manifest in water or fire. What is gained is repeatability, Record precedent. In short, law. You may be tempted to think this shift toward juries, written records, and legal procedure was a clear win for justice. But this is medieval England. The average villager could neither read nor write. Legal Latin and law French dominated court documents. Many accused people never fully understood the charges brought against them. They relied on local lords, reeves, and sometimes clergy to act as intermediaries. So while the ordeal disappeared, the justice system that followed was not necessarily more accessible. However, one thing changed profoundly. The accused could now sometimes appeal, petition, or obtain royal pardon. Even if those routes were limited, they existed in writing. The law could no longer simply vanish the accused into a stream or into fire. There was now a record and a risk to the accuser as well. A small but meaningful step. The ordeal never truly died. It evolved. In the centuries that followed, England's justice system would again turn to spectacle, particularly during the witch trials of the 16th and 17th centuries. Ironically, in that era, ordeal-like rituals returned, but under the guise of science or medicine. Women were thrown into water to see if they floated. The logic was disturbingly familiar. The guilty would float, the innocent would sink. This was not a sanctioned legal process, but rather mob justice repackaged for a Protestant world no longer bound by Rome. In this way, the ordeal of water never vanished entirely. It was simply placed under new banners. So Ellsworth's story, though rooted in the 1200s, echoed centuries forward. The fear, the ritual, the uncertainty. It's important to recognize that ordeals, like all rituals, served a broader function beyond guilt or innocence. They were about control. In villages where centralized power was distant and literacy rare, these rituals maintained social order. They reinforced community norms, bound people to shared beliefs, and provided visible, participatory justice no matter how flawed. They soothed collective anxiety in times of crisis by offering a clear, decisive act. By punishing or appearing to punish a supposed deviant, ordeals reasserted a kind of moral stability. But once ordeals fell away, what replaced them had to carry that same emotional weight. This is one reason public punishment stocks, pillories, whippings, executions rose in popularity during the later medieval period. They weren't just about justice. They were about demonstrating order, visibly and communally. By the 14th and 15th centuries, chroniclers and jurists began to refer to ordeals in the past tense. They were remembered not as rituals of justice, but as relics of ignorance. Legal scholars like Henry de Bracton and later Sir Edward Coke would cite the ordeal only as an obsolete curiosity, something law had outgrown. But in village memory, the stories remained. Elderly villagers would speak of ancestors who had survived the stream or who had drowned despite innocence. These memories served as warnings, moral tales, or family legends. They became embedded in folklore and ballads. And in time, they would become literature. Even long after the ordeal was extinct, its dramatic tension lived on in medieval and early modern storytelling. You can find echoes of the ordeal in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, in the miracles of saints' lives, and in countless folk tales passed orally through the countryside. The motif of the falsely accused woman tested by fire or water became a staple. In these stories, divine justice sometimes intervenes, miraculously saving the innocent, but the ordeal itself is always there, lurking beneath the narrative. In these tales, the ordeal becomes less a legal tool and more a metaphor, for suffering, for belief, for moral clarity in an uncertain world. And so it lived on not in court, but in culture. We never truly knew Ellsworth's fate in Section 2. But now, after exploring the larger picture, her life feels more connected to the tide of history. Was she remembered? If she lived, perhaps she remained a marked woman, an object of fear or pity. Perhaps she died soon after, of shame or exposure. Or perhaps she outlasted them all, living to see the ordeal fall out of fashion, replaced by a justice system that no longer asked her to surrender her body to a stream. It is unlikely, but it is possible. And if she did live, perhaps she told others, her daughters, her neighbors, what it felt like to float, to be judged by silence and water, and to survive anyway. We began this story beside a cold brook in 13th century England. We end it in a very different place amid evolving courts, parchment rolls, and shifting ideas of truth. The ordeal of water, as primitive and cruel as it was, reveals something enduring about human nature. Our desperate need to know guilt or innocence, to make the unknowable visible, to believe that justice can be externalized. In today's world of forensics, algorithms, and legal codes, we might scoff at such methods. But even now, don't we still seek signs? Don't we still hope that the truth will reveal itself, that it will somehow float to the surface? Perhaps we have not left the brook behind as completely as we think. Story 2. The ordeal of fire, blistered hands, and the burden of proof. The year is 1107, and you are standing in the nave of a stone church in the town of Winchester, England. Incense curls lazily in the cold air. Candles flicker against damp stone. Outside, the streets are coated in mud and the winter frost bites. But inside, something far colder and far hotter is about to take place. A man stands barefoot before the altar, hands trembling at his sides. His name is Godric, a baker's apprentice, no older than 20. His face is pale, his eyes hollow. Before him lies a long iron bar, red with heat, freshly drawn from the fire pit prepared by the local clergy. The iron is part of his judgment, his crime, theft from the very priory he now stands in. He has pleaded innocence. There are no witnesses and no stolen goods have been found. But rumor, accusation, and opportunity are stacked against him. And so, with the absence of proof, the court turns to God. He will carry the iron bar 9 paces. After 3 days, his hand will be examined. If it is clean, he is declared innocent. If infected, he is guilty. Thus begins the ordeal of fire, a ritual as severe as it is symbolic. To understand this moment, you must again enter the world of medieval jurisprudence, where divine providence was not just invoked, it was embedded into the very architecture of law. This is an England still grappling with Norman consolidation. The legal reforms of the Plantagenets are generations away. Instead, most disputes are handled locally, either through the manorial court system or by ecclesiastical figures. When evidence is missing, as it often is in an illiterate society, custom and belief take over. And in that void, fire reigns. The ordeal of fire was reserved for the most serious cases, often when no clear evidence was available but guilt was assumed likely. Unlike the ordeal of water, which was used for women, the poor, or the socially marginal, fire was typically applied to free men, artisans, farmers, even minor landholders. It carried both the pain of the flesh and the weight of moral reckoning. Fire in this time is not merely a tool. It is an emblem. It purifies, punishes, and, in theory, reveals the divine truth. Godric's ordeal begins with fasting. He is not allowed food, drink, or company for a full day prior. He prays, watched by a cleric who ensures he does not cheat the spiritual preparation. On the morning of the trial, he is led into the church barefoot, clad in a simple woolen tunic. The iron bar, often 3 feet long, is heated until it glows red. There is no standard temperature or weight. It is judged sufficient by the priest officiating. Godric is required to lift the bar with bare hands and walk a prescribed distance, usually 9 feet, sometimes more. The ritual is slow, every step is measured, the priest prays aloud, the villagers watch in silence. Godric sets down the iron and collapses, his hands already blistered. He is taken to the infirmary, where his hands are wrapped in clean linen and sealed with wax to prevent tampering. 3 days will pass before his fate is known. In medieval medical theory, the body was a battlefield of humorous fluids governed by balance, temperature, and divine will. Infection was not understood as bacterial but spiritual or moral. A clean wound after 3 days was seen as a sign of innocence. Festering or pus signaled corruption, both physical and moral. But this process was also subject to manipulation. The cleric responsible for unwrapping the bandages could be pressured. Political interest, social rank, or money could all influence how a wound was interpreted. Even if a man survived the ordeal without permanent damage, a corrupt or fearful priest could declare the wound unclean. In Godric's case, the outcome may not depend solely on how his hand heals, but on who wants him exonerated and who does not. One of the most misunderstood aspects of the ordeal is the role of the church. While modern sensibilities assume the church always stood apart from violence, the truth is far more entangled. Churches hosted the rituals, priests blessed the instruments, clerics administered the judgment. Why? Because ordeals were considered sacraments of truth, no less than baptism or marriage. Just as a child was reborn in holy water, so too was truth revealed through fire. The church saw itself as the vessel for divine judgment, and these ordeals were a way to externalize invisible guilt. But tensions were beginning to surface. Some bishops, especially those influenced by Roman law, began to doubt the validity of fire as justice. A few even argued that wounds healed by nature, not grace. Yet in smaller towns like Winchester, tradition held sway. As Godric rests in the infirmary, the town churns with whispers. Some claim to have seen him near the priory's cellars days before the theft. Others recall arguments he had with the steward, but few have real evidence. Instead, the ordeal becomes a kind of public cleansing, a way to confirm what many already suspect. And in this, the ordeal serves a communal function. Like the ordeal of water, fire operates as both spectacle and reassurance. The townspeople don't need legal nuance. They need closure. They need to know that their world still makes sense. So they wait, and so does Godric. Was the ordeal of fire survivable? Yes, surprisingly so. Studies of ecclesiastical records suggest that a significant number of accused passed the ordeal and were declared innocent. This was not a brutal extermination system. Rather, it was a public filter designed to affirm social consensus, not contradict it. If a village wanted someone exonerated, the ordeal gave them permission to do so. If they wanted guilt, the same process served that end. The priest could easily declare the wound clean or unclean based on social expectation. Thus, the ordeal became less about divine will and more about collective judgment, ritualized through fire. But make no mistake, the pain was real. Burns left scars. Some accused were maimed. Infection, tetanus, or blood loss could follow. In many ways, the ritual was a calculated risk a body offered to flames in hope of mercy. Now, 3 days later, Godric returns to the church. The priest unwraps the linen. The townspeople strain to see. His palms are red, cracked, but not festering. The air is silent. The cleric inspects closely, mutters something. The steward nods. Then the verdict is announced: innocent. Relief ripples through the room. Godric collapses again, not from injury but exhaustion. The ordeal is over. He is free to return to his life, but with hands that may never feel grain or dough in quite the same way again. What did this moment mean for Godric? Was he vindicated or merely lucky? Could he return to his bakery and apprentice's stool with confidence? Or would suspicion trail him still? In a town where rumors travel faster than fire, even innocence might not be enough. More broadly, the ordeal served a purpose beyond Godric himself. It restored a shaken moral order. It allowed the community to move on, and it reminded everyone present of the cost of accusation and of faith. Though the image of a man holding red-hot iron may seem primitive or impulsive, the ordeal of fire was not conducted in a vacuum. It sat within a broader framework of evolving medieval law, one caught between tradition and reform, belief and bureaucracy. By the early 12th century, England's legal practices were transitioning from localized customary law to the early stages of a centralized legal identity. The arrival of Norman rule in 1066 had brought with it not just new kings and castles, but new legal thinking. William the Conqueror began the process of organizing justice under royal authority. By the reign of Henry I and Stephen, justice was both a royal concern and a feudal burden, distributed across a fragmented system of manorial, ecclesiastical, and shire courts. But for all the talk of law, what this meant for a common man like Godric was deeply inconsistent. Trials could be delayed for months, evidence was rarely physical, confessions were rare, and literacy was the privilege of a small minority. Thus, the ordeal emerged as a divine shortcut. It resolved the unbearable uncertainty of legal ambiguity by appealing to God directly. It's crucial to understand that the ordeal wasn't just law, it was theology. From a church standpoint, the ordeal was a type of judicium Dei, the judgment of God. It functioned under the belief that God would intervene in the physical world to manifest divine justice. If the accused was innocent, God would miraculously preserve them. If guilty, the natural laws of pain and infection would serve as divine punishment. This belief was not metaphorical. It was real to medieval people, clergy, laymen, and rulers alike. The ordeal was, in a sense, a liturgy. Prayers were recited, fasting was imposed, the iron was blessed, holy water was sprinkled. The fire that forged the iron was often lit with consecrated flames. It's no coincidence that the ordeal was usually performed in churches or on holy days. It merged judgment with worship. And yet, tensions simmered beneath the surface. By the late 12th century, reforming minds within the church began to ask, what if God's will was not so easily read in blisters and boils? While Godric and others were walking 9 paces in silence, a revolution was brewing in the university cities of Bologna and Paris, the codification of canon law. Led by thinkers such as Gratian, whose decretum would become the foundational text for church legal thought, ecclesiastical scholars began to challenge the theological underpinnings of ordeals. They argued that God's judgment should not be sought through pain, but through reasoned inquiry, confession, and penance. Pope Alexander III, R 1159-1181, voiced early doubts, but it was Pope Innocent III who would deliver the decisive blow. At the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215, as you've seen with the ordeal of water, the Church officially forbade priests from participating in trials by ordeal. No blessings, no prayers, no liturgical role. Without spiritual sanction, the ordeal lost its legitimacy. The decree didn't outlaw the ordeal directly, but it disarmed it. But what about the secular courts? Local lords, royal officials, and village reeves were not quick to abandon the ordeal. For them, it was a practical tool. It resolved disputes swiftly. It gave the illusion of fairness, and it spared courts the difficulty of proving guilt in a society without consistent record-keeping. In the years following 1215, England saw a strange legal in-between, a period when some courts attempted to retain the ordeal in modified forms, while others shifted toward jury trials. Some substituted the fire for alternative rituals or relied increasingly on oaths and compurgation, where others would swear to a person's innocence. But the writing was on the wall, the flames were dying. Not all were judged equally by fire. Nobles rarely underwent the ordeal of fire. Their disputes were more often resolved by charter, by combat, or by diplomacy. The ordeal was largely reserved for the lower classes, free peasants, craftsmen, minor landholders, and sometimes serfs. And even within these groups, status mattered. A respected guildsman might have witnesses willing to testify to his character. A lone traveler or recent arrival had no such luxury. For these people, the ordeal was less a legal option and more a last resort. Godric, as a baker's apprentice, had few advocates. He likely didn't own land. His master may have vouched for him, or may have found it more convenient to let the ordeal run its course. This was the hidden logic of the ordeal, not guilt or innocence, but expendability. But belief in the ordeal was never universal. There were skeptics, even in Godric's time. Monastic chroniclers such as Orderic Vitalis recorded doubts. Jurists like Vacarius, teaching Roman law in Oxford in the 12th century, encouraged more rational procedures. Some clerics quietly advised settlements instead of trials. Others looked for symbolic penance rather than physical punishment. In practice, the ordeal was sometimes bypassed through negotiation. A fine might be paid, a vow of pilgrimage offered, a pardon purchased. But the community needed to see justice. This was the ordeal's enduring power, not its theology, not its law, but its performance. It restored the appearance of order, regardless of the truth. Godric survived the ordeal. His hands, though damaged, were declared uninfected. He was cleared of wrongdoing. But innocence is not amnesia. He returns to his master's bakery, but his work is slowed by injury. Customers whisper. Children dare one another to look at his bandaged palms. The steward who accused him remains powerful, unrepentant. And the iron bar, cooled now and returned to the church's storeroom, waits for the next trial. Godric bears the ordeal in memory as much as in flesh. But he also bears a strange power, survivorhood. In some communities, surviving the ordeal conferred a kind of mystical authority. Some were said to have been chosen. Others became outcasts. A few moved to new towns, carrying nothing but stories. Godric stays. And in staying, he lives not only as a baker but as a caution, a myth, a warning. Within a generation of Godric's ordeal, the flames begin to fade. By the 1230s, the ordeal of fire is rarely seen in England. Jury trials, flawed but evolving, become the new norm. King Henry III and later Edward I expand the use of royal justices and formal indictments. The law becomes less a matter of spectacle and more a matter of scribes. And yet in isolated cases, ordeals linger. Some towns quietly conduct unsanctioned fire ordeals, especially in deeply religious regions. A few monastic communities continue symbolic tests, though now more spiritual than physical. The age of the iron bar ends, not with a final verdict but with disuse. By the mid-13th century, the ordeal of fire, once a solemn spectacle embedded in law, theology, and community ritual, was disappearing not with dramatic opposition, but with administrative erosion. The decree of the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 had cut off its spiritual lifeline by banning clergy from participating, and without their blessings and oversight, the ordeal lost its status as a sanctioned gateway to divine justice. Yet the cultural and psychological weight of the ritual lingered. For a time, communities still believed that God's will could be made visible through pain. But England's legal transformation, gradual and uneven as it was, eventually swept aside the burning irons and blistered palms. The old iron bars were left to rust, and in their place came ink, wax seals, and the slow rise of a justice system more focused on evidence, however flawed, than divine spectacle. But the memory remained, as it always does. What we know about the ordeal of fire comes not from a single, unified source, but from a patchwork of monastic chronicles, legal records, ecclesiastical correspondence, and even folk ballads. The event rarely stood alone. Instead, it was embedded in larger legal roles or marginalia, an addendum to an accusation, a brief sentence after a dispute. For example, A 12th century entry in the Chronicle of Abingdon mentions a local dispute between two freemen over a boundary marker. With no witnesses, one party is asked to carry the bar of God. In the Pipe Rolls of Henry II, several fines are listed for men who refused the iron and instead paid to be quit, suggesting a kind of bribery or negotiated absolution. These accounts rarely describe the act in detail. The drama, the smell of the iron, the agony, the crowd is missing, yet their brevity speaks volumes. To the chronicler, the ordeal was ordinary, bureaucratic even. It was the accused who remembered the flames. The replacement for trial by fire wasn't kinder, but it was different: the jury. By the mid-1200s, England's legal system increasingly relied on groups of 12 local men, sworn to evaluate evidence and deliver verdicts. This system emerged not as a sudden revolution, but as an adaptation more predictable than ordeal, more manageable by royal courts. Initially, juries were expected to know the facts beforehand. They weren't just evaluators, they were local knowledge bearers. In many ways, they served the same function as ordeal, confirming what the community already believed. But gradually, especially under Edward I's legal reforms in the late 13th century, the jury shifted toward impartial evaluation of presented facts. Trials moved into the realm of documentation, oral testimony, and the beginnings of legal representation. Pain was no longer the primary path to truth. And yet, the desire for certainty, the kind that fire once claimed to deliver, never truly left. Despite its official abolition, the logic of the fire ordeal lived on in surprising ways. In witch trials of the 16th and 17th centuries, tests for guilt reemerged: pricking the skin for a devil's mark, forced confessions, swimming witches. These were not legally endorsed but socially enforced. In public punishments like branding, the spectacle of pain persisted not to discover guilt, but to display it. A thief might be burned with a letter on the cheek, a forger branded on the palm. Even in the philosophical debates of Enlightenment thinkers, the ordeal of fire was remembered as a symbol of religious excess, or as a sobering reminder of how law can be hijacked by fear and ritual. Pain, it seemed, was hard to legislate away. We must also ask, what did the ordeal leave behind in the minds of those who watched it, survived it, or heard of it? In a world where literacy was rare, the body was the text. To see a man hold glowing iron and live was to witness the divine. To see his hand rot was to glimpse guilt incarnate. These moments didn't just judge, they taught. They taught fear, yes, but also resilience. They taught submission, but sometimes defiance. And they taught communities that justice, even if painful, must be seen. The ordeal satisfied something emotional that the slow, procedural jury could not: the need for visible judgment. And that emotional need never vanished, it simply found new forms. Modern historians debate the ordeal's meaning. Some view it as a relic of barbarism, evidence of superstition, overwhelming rationality. Others, however, suggest a more nuanced reading: that the ordeal was a highly structured cultural mechanism for resolving conflict when evidence was scarce. Anthropologist Peter Brown describes medieval ordeals as sacred theaters, while legal scholar Robert Bartlett frames them as transitional bridges between custom and bureaucracy. What's clear is this: the ordeal was not random. It had rules, expectations, even protections. And for many, it provided closure in a world where justice was hard to come by. Let us return, one final time, to Godric. His ordeal is years behind him now. The blisters have faded into scars, pale lines on his palms that tug uncomfortably when kneading dough. The bakery is his. His former master passed away, and Godric bought the shop with savings, and a royal pardon earned through loyal service during a local tax collection. He never spoke much of the fire, but the villagers remembered. When a boy stole apples from the market, they whispered, "He'll go the way of Godric." When a fight broke out near the priory, someone said, "Let fire sort it," not because they believed it would, but because they remembered when it did. Godric, in his quiet way, had become part of local lore. He was a man who walked with fire and walked away. What do we do with rituals like the ordeal? Do we condemn them, pity them, see them as curiosities or cautionary tales? The answer may lie in how we remember not just the ordeal, but those who endured it. The fire is gone, but the questions it raised remain. How do we prove truth in the absence of evidence? How do we balance belief and procedure? And how do we ensure justice is not only done, but seen to be done without turning it into performance? In every era, the tools may change, but the dilemmas remain. Story 3. Monks, Manuscripts, and Magistrates: The Quiet Power of Monastic Justice. It is the year 1178, and the Abbey of Bury St. Edmunds is alive with quiet purpose. Within its walls, monks glide like shadows, their woolen habits sweeping across limestone floors. In the scriptorium, a vaulted chamber filled with the scratch of quills and the musk of parchment, justice is being preserved. And quietly, it is being administered. Today, the prior, Brother Oswald, will hear a complaint. A tenant farmer, John of Haverhill, claims that a steward has taken 2 oxen from his property under false pretenses. There were no witnesses. There is no writ from the king. There is only a plea, a monk with a ledger, and a tradition older than many secular courts. This is not a story of fire or water. This is the story of quiet justice, the kind handled not by spectacle, but by script. While many associate monasteries with spiritual solitude, medieval monastic houses, especially great Benedictine abbeys like Bury St. Edmunds, Westminster, or Glastonbury, were powerful legal institutions. By the 12th century, they owned vast tracts of land and governed dozens, sometimes hundreds, of tenant families. And with land came law. These monks did not swing swords or pass burning irons to the accused. Instead, they wielded ink, archives, and ecclesiastical influence. Their justice was orderly, deliberate, and deeply embedded in written record. In many regions, particularly where royal justice was distant or irregular, abbeys became the de facto centers of conflict resolution. They ran manorial courts, oversaw leases, handled disputes between tenants, and even issued punishments for moral or spiritual infractions. At Bury St. Edmunds, Brother Oswald holds not a trial but what is known as a chapter. It is part court, part meeting, part moral reckoning. Monks and lay stewards gather under the carved stone ribs of the chapter house. A small group of scribes records the events. A bench is reserved for lay petitioners like John of Haverhill. John is nervous. He speaks of the missing oxen and of the steward, a man named Baldwin, who he claims fabricated a debt to justify the seizure. Brother Oswald listens. He does not call for divine signs. Instead, he summons the abbey's cartulary, a large, leather-bound register containing land grants, charters, and tenancy obligations stretching back decades. The scribes flip pages with solemn care. Monastic justice moves slowly, but with extraordinary memory. It is discovered that John had indeed fulfilled his labor obligations the previous winter. No default appears in the record. Baldwin, who is summoned from his quarters, claims a clerical error but produces no supporting writ or authorization. Brother Oswald nods. Judgment will be passed tomorrow, but the decision is already clear. The oxen were wrongfully taken. This power, judging through writing, made monasteries formidable legal centers. Where village courts operated on memory, monks preserved parchment. Where secular lords relied on violence or verbal testimony, monks relied on charters and copybooks. Their scriptoria became legal engines, processing thousands of transactions, disputes, and petitions each year. Even the king's own courts relied on monastic archives. If a dispute arose over land granted by an ancient charter, it was the abbey that could produce the parchment. This is not to say monks were neutral, far from it. They protected their lands, defended their tenants selectively, and could exercise harsh discipline when they chose. But their power was subtle, rooted not in fire or water, but in record-keeping. For men like John, living under monastic jurisdiction could be a blessing or a curse. On one hand, monasteries often imposed fewer arbitrary taxes than secular lords. Their rules were codified, their rents predictable, their archives thorough. Justice, when sought, was usually delivered within weeks, not months or years. Monks, being literate, could be more systematic than manor stewards. But monasteries could also be rigid, moralistic, and slow to adapt. Their courts were not democratic. Their justice was less about fairness in the modern sense, and more about maintaining the abbey's vision of divine and social order. John, for example, might win the return of his oxen, but if he was known to skip mass or speak ill of the prior, his name would be recorded in the book of discipline, and he might find himself fined or publicly corrected at the next chapter. Justice under the cowl was consistent, but not always kind. In the corner of the scriptorium, Brother Ethelwine dips his quill into black ink and begins to copy the day's proceedings into the abbey's Liber Consuetudinum, the Book of Customs. This ledger serves not only as a record of decisions, but as a guide for future monks. Cases like John's are anonymized, generalized, and entered as precedents. Let it be known that no steward shall seize beasts without written authorization. If a tenant's labor obligations are fulfilled, let that be verified against the winter roll. In this way, the abbey creates a slow-moving form of precedent. Unlike common law, which evolves through judgments by secular judges, monastic law evolves through memory, carefully curated, copied, and preserved for generations. But the monks did not exist in a vacuum. By the late 1100s, England's royal legal system, especially under Henry II, was expanding rapidly. Itinerant justices carried royal writs across the shires. Common law began to emerge as a national structure. Royal clerks wrote in law French. Sheriffs grew more powerful. This sometimes brought tension. If a tenant had a grievance against the abbey, could he appeal to the king's court? Could a royal writ override monastic judgment? Theoretically, yes. But practically, few dared. Monasteries had deep ties to bishops and lords. Their literacy and organization often outmatched local sheriffs, and appealing beyond the abbey was costly in both coin and consequence. Still, some did try. In 1184, a tenant at Glastonbury Abbey petitioned the royal court for redress after being expelled unjustly. The court ruled in his favor, but only after 3 years of delay and counter-charters. The process proved exhausting, but it marked the beginning of a slow shift. Even monastic power was not absolute. Justice in a monastery was also moral. Punishments were not always material. A tenant caught lying might be sentenced to days of penance, fasting, manual labor for the abbey, or public confession. A steward guilty of abuse might be transferred to another estate, or made to perform restitution through service. These judgments, while less physically painful than ordeals, were deeply public. In communities where reputation was currency, public penance could be devastating. For monks themselves, the punishments were even more spiritually rooted: silence, exile from the chapter, loss of privileges. The rule of Saint Benedict laid out guidelines for correcting pride, laziness, or cruelty. Justice was as much about purification as resolution. By the next morning, John receives his judgment. Brother Oswald stands in the chapter house and declares that Baldwin, the steward, acted outside his authority. The oxen must be returned. Baldwin is fined and removed from his post. His name is recorded in the ledger, and he is reassigned to another grange farther from the abbey. John returns home with his animals, and a quiet reputation as a man who challenged power and was heard. But he will be watched now. He will be expected to speak more softly, to show his gratitude, to remember that justice was granted by mercy, not by right. Step beyond the stone cloisters of Bury St. Edmunds, and you will find something unique, an autonomous zone nestled within the broader realm of the English crown. The abbey, like many great monastic houses, did not just operate as a religious institution, it functioned like a miniature principality. It had its own tenants, its own armed men, its own revenues, and crucially, its own system of law and discipline. In legal terms, this was known as a liberty. Monastic liberties were jurisdictions granted by royal charter, often centuries old, that permitted abbeys to exercise justice independently of the king's sheriffs. Some even had the right of infang thief and outfang thief, allowing them to try and punish thieves caught on their lands. This independence gave monks tremendous power, but also enormous responsibility. The rule of law under their domain was not a matter of whim, but of detailed documentation. And it is in this deep culture of recording, almost obsessive in its detail, that monastic justice reached its full bureaucratic maturity. At the heart of the monastery's legal authority sat a single object, the cartulary. This was a great volume, or more often, a set of volumes, containing the foundational documents of the abbey's landholdings, rights, privileges, and court rulings. It was copied painstakingly by hand, updated over decades, and consulted whenever any legal question arose. If a tenant claimed unfair taxation, the monks turned to the cartulary. If a nearby lord challenged the abbey's right to collect tolls at a bridge or host a fair, the cartulary held the answer, typically a copy of a royal charter, often sealed by a long-dead king. These were not neutral records. Monks understood the political power of parchment. If an old charter proved inconvenient, it might accidentally disappear. If a right needed reinforcing, a new copy might appear, sometimes clarified for modern use. Forgery was rare, but creative copying was not. This silent manipulation of history through ink allowed monks to control the legal narrative without ever raising a voice. To the outside eye, scribes in the monastic scriptorium seemed like mere copyists, men bent over desks, murmuring Latin phrases as they traced black and red letters across sheepskin. But in truth, they were the technocrats of their age. Each scribe understood the weight of their words. A miscopied sentence could result in the seizure of property. An omitted clause might deny a tenant the right to appeal. A backdated entry could grant precedence to a monastic claim over a secular one. And because most of their legal subjects were illiterate, these changes went unnoticed. In the 12th century monastic world, the pen was not only mightier than the sword, it was also sharper, quieter, and more enduring. For the rural tenant, living under monastic jurisdiction had undeniable benefits, especially compared to the unpredictability of lay lords. Rents were often more stable. Crop obligations were defined. Courts sat regularly. Priors, unlike barons, were less likely to press tenants into military service. But this came with a cost. Monastic justice was impersonal. While a secular lord might show favoritism or bend to local custom, the monks followed rules with unwavering consistency. A tenant who missed his harvest duty by a single day might face a fine, no matter the excuse. One who quarreled with a monastic steward could find himself quietly blacklisted from seasonal work or pasture rights. And because everything was written, there was little room for negotiation. Once recorded, a decision stood with all the permanence of divine law. Thus, while the monks may not have carried swords, they wielded bureaucracy like a blade. Unlike royal courts that traveled on circuits or convened irregularly, monastic courts operated on a fixed schedule. At Bury, sessions were held weekly, usually after chapter. A bell would toll across the cloister to signal the assembly. The cellarer, bailiff, and reeve would attend. monks not on silence might come to observe. Tenants brought their grievances. Some were minor boundary disputes, tool theft, breaches of contract. Others were more serious, poaching from the abbey woods, fornication, or refusal to pay tithes. Punishments ranged from small monetary fines, paid in coin or kind, to corporal penance. Rarely, in severe cases, tenants could be expelled from their holdings, effectively exiled. The abbey kept extensive rolls known as court rolls documenting each case. These were compiled quarterly and submitted to the prior for review. Over time, they built a living archive of justice, policy, and community behavior. But what of the monks themselves? They, too, lived under law, though of a very different kind. The Rule of St. Benedict, written in the 6th century and followed by Benedictine houses like Bari, laid out a strict code of conduct. Silence, humility, obedience, and chastity were paramount. The abbot served as both spiritual father and legal head. When a monk transgressed by speaking without permission, showing pride, or falling asleep in prayer, the punishment was not public trial, but internal correction. The steps of discipline were outlined in stages. Private admonishment, loss of privileges, such as the right to speak or eat with others. Exclusion from the liturgical life, a deeply shameful sanction. In severe cases, excommunication or transfer to another house. There were even formal rituals for forgiveness. A monk might prostrate himself before the abbot and brethren, confess his fault, and beg to be readmitted to the community. Thus, monastic justice mirrored their theology, corrective, hierarchical, and ultimately restorative. Despite their spiritual foundation, abbeys were not free from politics. Their legal actions could carry enormous political weight, especially when involving rival lords, disputed parishes, or contested lands. In some cases, abbeys found themselves accused. In 1199, the monks of Westminster were summoned by King John's court to explain a land dispute involving the nearby manorial lord. At Glastonbury, tensions between the abbot and local knights led to royal inquiry. At Bari, there were at least 3 recorded petitions to the crown by tenants alleging excessive fines. These situations forced monks to navigate both their own internal system and the expanding royal legal structure. They hired lawyers, often clerks trained in canon and common law. They appeared before royal justices. They even appealed to the Pope when necessary. In doing so, they helped shape the broader English legal tradition, blending theology, record-keeping, and procedural justice into the foundation of what would become English law. What became of John? We know that he received his oxen, but more importantly, his case was entered into the customary rolls of the abbey. Future stewards would be reminded of the rule. Monks in training would read his story as an example of justice served. But John also became known in the village. He was the man who stood before the scriptorium, who spoke his truth in front of the prior. Quietly, respectfully, but firmly. He had not cursed, he had not shouted, he had appealed to the rules, and the rules had listened. Such moments, while rare, planted seeds. And over the next generation, tenants across monastic lands began to realize something subtle but powerful. The written word could protect as well as punish. By the early 13th century, the landscape of English law was shifting rapidly. Royal justice was becoming more standardized. The concept of common law was spreading across the kingdom, and professional judges trained in both civil and ecclesiastical law were rising in authority. Yet even as this transformation gained momentum, the monastic model of justice, cultivated in the quiet halls of abbeys like Bury St. Edmunds, continued to exert a subtle but deep influence. Where secular courts had once relied on oral testimony and community memory, they increasingly adopted monastic habits, written records, procedural consistency, and administrative rigor. The monks, never warriors and seldom politicians, had helped build something durable not through the sword or the scepter, but through the scroll. In the age before printed books, the most reliable source of written knowledge was the monastic scriptorium. These rooms, half chapel, half office, preserved the legal, theological, and administrative documents that defined the lives of thousands. What began as tools for internal governance, rules about fasting, sleeping, or penance, gradually expanded to include tenancy contracts, court rolls, charters, and inventories. Over time, these materials didn't just describe justice, they structured it. These habits of detailed record-keeping filtered into royal practice. The exchequer adopted ledger systems resembling monastic roll-keeping. The chancery borrowed formulae from ecclesiastical scribes for royal charters and writs. Manorial courts increasingly mirrored the procedural orderliness of monastic chapters. By documenting everything from a pig, stolen offspring, to the misdelivery of a wool bale, monastic justice created an enduring paper trail. And in an age that prized memory over mobility, written precedent was power. One of the major contributions of monastic justice was its tendency toward consuetudinary law, customary rules developed over generations, written down, and adhered to as quasi-legal authority. Where royal law could be irregular and political, monastic law often carried the weight of tradition, not innovation but iteration. If a tenant had historically paid rent in barley rather than coin, this was recorded. If market fines had traditionally been waived on feast days, this too was documented. These practices became embedded in local legal identity. Over time, even royal justices would acknowledge custom of the manor, often asking abbots or priors to testify about the usual practice of a district. In this way, the written habits of monks helped anchor the unwritten assumptions of secular courts. Perhaps the most profound change brought by monastic justice was the emergence of the individual as a recorded subject. In earlier periods, a person's legal identity was communal. Tithings, families, and guilds bore collective responsibility for actions, but monastic courts treated tenants as individuals within a structured hierarchy of obligation. A tenant wasn't just of the village, he was John, son of Edric, holder of one virgate under the abbey, responsible for mowing 2 days per harvest and paying 12 pence at Candlemas. His obligations, defaults, and petitions were recorded. His relationship with power, though asymmetrical, was clearly outlined. This legal individualization was revolutionary. Over generations, it helped foster the conditions for broader legal personhood, accountability, and protection. Of course, not everyone viewed monastic justice as benevolent. As royal justice grew more accessible and centralized in the 13th and 14th centuries, tensions between abbey and tenant sharpened. The very bureaucratic precision that had once protected tenants now began to bind them more tightly. Rents fixed in good times became unbearable during famine. Labor services, once fair, became rigid as economic conditions changed. Fines, once symbolic, grew into burdens. And so, the 14th century saw a rise in petitions to the royal courts from those under monastic jurisdiction, pleading for relief from monastic overreach. Some even accused monks of falsifying records or imposing excessive penalties. By the time of the Peasants' Revolt in 1381, monastic landlords were specifically targeted by angry crowds. Their ledgers and court rolls were burned deliberately. It wasn't theology the rebels hated, it was the paperwork. In this destruction, they weren't just lashing out against rules, they were attacking the very instruments of monastic control. By the 15th century, monastic justice entered its twilight. The rise of professional secular courts, the standardization of royal writs, and the growing literacy of laypeople slowly marginalized the once dominant position of abbeys in legal affairs. And in the 1530s, Henry VII's dissolution of the monasteries dealt the final blow. The monasteries were suppressed, their lands confiscated, their libraries looted or destroyed. In some cases, monastic legal roles were transferred to crown archives. In others, they vanished entirely. And with them disappeared a unique kind of justice, one slow, procedural, cloistered and cloaked in scripture. Yet its legacy lived on. The habits of consistency, the reverence for record, the idea that justice could be found in written word rather than visible ordeal, these had been planted in English soil by monks, and they would continue to grow. John lived out his life under the abbey's jurisdiction. His case became a reference point in disputes for years to come. His grandchildren remembered him as the one who went to the monks and came back with his oxen. When he died, his name was written once more in the abbey's mortuary roll. A brief note recorded his passing, and the monks offered prayers for his soul at vespers. He was never rich, never famous, but in a world ruled by scrolls and silence, he had spoken and been heard. In the end, that was all justice ever meant to him. So what did monastic justice teach us? It taught that law does not need fire or spectacle to be powerful, that silence and ink can control as surely as chains and swords, that justice, when confined to the written word, can become both shield and shackle. But it also taught that systems rooted in tradition, however rigid, can offer predictability, structure, and the possibility of resistance. For centuries, monks judged not just souls but social contracts. Their justice may have been quiet, but it built the foundations upon which much of modern law still rests. Story 4. Trial by Combat, a noble's last defense. The year is 1386, and a hush has fallen over a field near the royal palace of Saint Inglevert in northern France. A wooden fence, carefully measured and enclosed on all sides, forms the combat arena. Crowds gather at its perimeter, nobles, clerics, judges, and even King Charles VI himself. A herald's voice rings out, announcing the names of the two combatants. Jean de Carouge, a Norman knight, stands in polished plate armor, his helmet under one arm, his gaze steady. Across the field, Jacques Legris, a fellow noble, prepares in silence. Both men know the stakes. This is not a mere duel of honor. It is a trial by combat. The outcome will not simply decide guilt or innocence. It will decide who lives. Carouge has accused Legris of raping his wife, Marguerite. Legris denies it. The court could not find conclusive evidence. Witnesses contradicted one another. There was no confession. And so the Parlement of Paris, France's highest court, turned to one last method of judgment: divine intervention through combat. The belief, God will grant victory to the righteous. Trial by combat, also known as Judicium Dei, or the judgment of God, was a recognized legal mechanism in medieval Europe, particularly in feudal societies. It was a formal judicial process, distinct from private dueling or personal vengeance. The premise was simple if brutal. When other forms of proof failed, the truth could be revealed through battle. Victory meant exoneration, defeat meant guilt and often death. The practice emerged in the early Middle Ages and was especially common in the 9th to 13th centuries in areas under Frankish, Germanic, or Norman law. Its roots lay in warrior culture, where honor and status were inseparable from combat prowess. But it wasn't lawless. There were strict rules. Combatants had to be of equal legal status. The accusation had to be severe, often involving treason, murder, or rape. The court had to approve the combat. Formal summons, oaths, and trial procedures preceded the fight. Weapons and armor were regulated. Victory conferred full legal innocence. Defeat could result in execution or exile. By the late 14th century, the practice was fading in many parts of Europe, replaced by documentary evidence and witness testimony. But in cases where social status and honor were central, trial by combat remained a final, fearsome option. Jean de Carouse and Jacques Legris were not peasants or low-ranking soldiers. They were nobles in service to Count Pierre of Alençon, and their rivalry had spanned years over land, patronage, and recognition. Marguerite, Carouse's wife, accused Legris of attacking her in her father's manor while her husband was away. The accusation was bold, dangerous, and to many unthinkable. Noblewomen were rarely believed in such matters, especially when the accused was a man of greater wealth and influence. Marguerite did not waver. Carouse, determined to defend her honor and his own, pressed the matter to court, but the proceedings yielded no clear verdict. Legris had alibis. Marguerite's testimony was detailed but lacked corroboration. The judges hesitated. In desperation, or perhaps in righteous conviction, Carouse appealed for a trial by combat. King Charles VI, swayed by custom and spectacle, granted it. This would be the last sanctioned duel of its kind in French history. To modern eyes, the idea of truth revealed through violence may seem irrational. But in a world where forensic science was unknown, where testimony could be swayed by loyalty or fear, and where divine providence was deeply believed, trial by combat offered a strange kind of clarity. The logic followed the ancient idea of God's judgment manifest in worldly affairs. If the accuser was lying, God would not allow him to succeed. If the accused was guilty, God would not grant him strength. This belief was not metaphorical, it was judicial. Moreover, the very willingness to risk one's life for a claim added moral weight. A false accusation carried the risk of death for both accuser and the woman he sought to defend. In that sense, trial by combat served as a test of resolve as much as truth. The duel between Carouse and Legris was not a private affair. It was a state event. The king and high court justices were present. Thousands gathered to watch. Heralds organized the proceedings. A fenced list was constructed to prevent interference. Clergy blessed the grounds and invoked divine judgment. The combatants took oaths. Marguerite watched from a raised platform, pregnant, no less, with her life bound to the result. If her husband lost, the court would deem her testimony false. She would be executed for perjury. It was quite literally trial by blood. Accounts of the fight vary slightly, but most agree on its brutal packing. The duel began on horseback, with lances. After several passes, both men were unhorsed. They fought on foot with swords and daggers. Legris gained the advantage early, wounding Carouse. But Carouse rallied, overpowering Legris. He drove his dagger through Legris's throat. As Legris lay dying, he repeated his claim of innocence. Carouse stood victorious. By law and belief, justice had been served. Marguerite was vindicated. Carouse received gifts from the king and enjoyed temporary fame, but doubt lingered in the minds of many. Had justice truly prevailed, or had strength decided what truth could not? Though Carouse had won, the trial left scars beyond the battlefield. Legris's supporters continued to argue for his innocence, pointing to inconsistencies in timelines and alibis. Historians remain divided even today, analyzing letters, testimonies, and chronicles. Marguerite lived the rest of her life in relative silence. Though spared the horror of execution, she bore the weight of knowing that her words had led to a man's death. Whether justified or not, that burden could never be lifted. And Carouse, his victory brought him prestige, but not peace. He died a few years later in a military expedition. The memory of the duel survived longer than he did. The trial of Carouse and Legris marked a turning point. In France, the Parliament began to restrict trial by combat. In England, the practice persisted into the 15th century, but became rare. By the 16th century, it had vanished from official legal codes in most of Europe. Instead, courts turned toward witness examination, legal evidence, and the growing influence of Roman law. The notion that God would intervene in a fistfight came to be seen as outdated, even dangerous. But the spectacle of the trial by combat remained deeply imprinted in cultural memory. Trial by combat reveals a society where truth, honor, and violence were entwined. In such a world, to be accused falsely was worse than injury. To lose one's honor was worse than death. To stand idle while wronged was unthinkable. Justice was not merely a matter of law, it was a matter of identity. To vindicate oneself required public action, and when words failed, only arms remained. Though it resembled a personal duel, a trial by combat was a formal legal procedure structured, regulated, and sanctioned by both secular and, at times, ecclesiastical authorities. It was not an impulsive response to insult or grievance. It was law in armor. In England, trial by combat had its basis in the Assize of Clarendon, 1166, and Assize of Northampton, 1176, both under Henry II, which allowed disputes to be settled via judicial duel under certain conditions. In France, the practice predated royal centralization, deeply rooted in Carolingian and feudal customs. The combat could only occur if the crime was serious, often involving murder, rape, treason, or land disputes. The plaintiff and defendant were free men or nobles. Serfs or villeins typically lacked standing. Evidence was inconclusive, and witnesses or documents could not resolve the case. A court granted permission, ensuring formal procedure was followed. There were preparatory steps, too. The accuser issued a formal challenge in court. Both parties swore oaths declaring the truth of their claims. A combat date was set, and lists, fenced arenas were constructed. Arms and armor were regulated equal in form and weight to prevent advantage. The accused and accuser were subject to God's judgment, with divine victory confirming justice. Unlike an impromptu brawl or chivalric duel, a judicial combat was evidence of state endorsement. It used violence not to reject law, but to express it. To fight was to speak, to issue one's truth with the body when words were insufficient. In the absence of forensic science or standardized rules of evidence, a person's willingness to risk death could be interpreted as sincerity. This idea was particularly potent among the nobility, where honor functioned as social currency. To accept a judicial duel was to declare, "My word is so true that I stake my life on it. May God judge between us." For knights, barons, and courtiers, refusing a challenge, especially when accused, could signal weakness or guilt. A noble who declined combat might be shunned, mocked, or politically isolated. Even monarchs were not immune to its logic. Kings were expected to embody justice, and though they seldom fought duels themselves, they could authorize or deny combat requests. The royal court became the arena in which personal grievances and political conflicts intertwined. To understand the duel between Jean de Carus and Jacques Le Gris in 1386, one must appreciate the delicate political and legal ecosystem of late medieval France. The Parlement of Paris was France's supreme court, and it had become increasingly reluctant to sanction trials by combat. They preferred written testimony and precedent. Count Pierre of Alençon, a powerful noble and overlord of both Carus and Le Gris, favored Le Gris, his secretary and confidant. This favoritism cast a shadow over earlier investigations. Carus, facing institutional reluctance, bypassed lower courts and petitioned King Charles VI directly for combat, a rare and dramatic step. Charles VI, young and drawn to chivalric ideals, granted the duel, perhaps influenced by the gravity of the accusation and the theatrical nature of the dispute. For Marguerite de Carus, the stakes were higher than social standing. If her husband lost, she would be burned alive for false accusation. Such was the law regarding perjury in capital cases. She agreed to testify nonetheless. In doing so, she challenged not only Legris, but the very norms of medieval silence expected of noblewomen. In most judicial combats, women were not central figures. While widows or heiresses might be involved in inheritance disputes, a woman accusing a man of rape was almost unprecedented in this legal format. Marguerite's boldness and credibility forced the courts to act. She provided a detailed account of the assault, including time, location, and the presence of servants. Withstood cross-examination from legal advisors loyal to Legris. Agreed to testify publicly and accept the mortal risk of her husband's failure. In a patriarchal society that largely dismissed female testimony in criminal matters, this was extraordinary. While her honor was symbolically tied to her husband's defense, her role in driving the case forward was no less critical. Marguerite de Carus stands as one of the few medieval women whose voice shaped the course of public justice, though history would remember her more for the duel than the courage it took to prompt it. On the appointed day, the combatants swore final oaths before the king and court. They entered the lists, each armed in full armor. The field had been prepared for weeks. The weapons selected included lances, longswords, daggers, and battle axes according to standardized combat norms. Each man was given equal equipment and their armor was inspected. A public crier read aloud the charges. The duel began with mounted charges traditional and dramatic. After dismounting, the fight moved to brutal hand-to-hand combat. Chroniclers describe Legris gaining the upper hand, briefly, before Carus, injured but driven, turned the fight in his favor. In the final moments, Carus pinned Legris, removed his helm, and demanded confession. Legris refused. Carus drove his dagger into Legris's throat. It was over. The result was legally binding. Carus was exonerated. Legris was declared guilty. Marguerite was cleared of perjury and honored by the crown. The case was entered into official records as a legitimate judicial decision. Yet the debate did not end. Some contemporaries believed Legris was innocent, citing alibi witnesses. Others accepted the outcome as divine proof. Modern scholars remain divided, some suggesting a miscarriage of justice, others seeing the trial as necessary closure in a legal system without alternatives. The event shook the legal community in France. Within 2 decades, the Parliament refused nearly all future requests for trial by combat. By the 15th century, such duels had become ceremonial, not judicial. The fatting of judicial duels was part of a larger transformation. Roman law, with its emphasis on written evidence and procedure, regained influence in Europe. Ecclesiastical courts, already averse to bloodshed, promoted confession and arbitration. Royal courts expanded the use of inquest juries and legal professionals. By the end of the 15th century, combat no longer symbolized truth. It was seen as archaic, even barbaric. Yet its cultural afterlife remained strong in legend, literature, and law. In England, trial by battle lingered technically in the legal code until 1819, when it was formally abolished after a murder suspect demanded one and was refused. Trial by combat reveals how deeply medieval societies wanted truth to be visible, bodily, and divinely affirmed. The duel was not just about evidence, it was about belief. That might, when sanctioned by law, could prove right. That courage, publicly displayed, was a mark of righteousness. That God would not abandon the just. And yet, behind the ritual, the messy ambiguity of real life remained. The duel between Carus and Legris resolved the question legally, but morally, spiritually, that remained contested even now. When Jean de Carus stood over the fallen Jacques Legris in December of 1386, sword red with blood, the silence that fell over the royal field was not just the end of a fight, it was the end of an era. That duel, sanctioned by the Parliament of Paris and witnessed by King Charles VI himself, was one of the last officially recognized trials by combat in France. Its outcome sealed not only the fate of the accused and accuser, but also the reputation of a judicial mechanism that had served the medieval world for centuries. And yet, as the dust settled, questions persisted: had justice truly been served, or had the stronger man simply prevailed? For Marguerite de Carousse, the duel had been a gamble with her life. If Jean had lost, the penalty for false accusation of a capital crime was death by burning. That was the law, but victory meant vindication. She was declared a chaste and truthful wife. Her social standing was restored, her honor publicly affirmed. Yet even in triumph, her fate was bittersweet. She returned to her husband's estate, and together they raised their surviving children. But the trauma she endured: public interrogation, months of doubt, and the knowledge that a man died because of her words must have left a mark. The chronicles fall silent after the trial, and she disappears from record. In a culture where women's voices were seldom heard, much less believed, Marguerite's name became attached to a singular, extraordinary moment in legal history. But her silence afterward is perhaps as telling as her speech before. Jean de Carousse' victory brought him fame and temporary fortune. He received a royal pension, was celebrated as a paragon of knightly virtue, and gained the respect of peers across Normandy. But his triumph was short-lived. Only a few years after the trial, he joined a military campaign in North Africa, part of a French expedition to Tunis. There, far from the fields of Normandy, Carousse died of illness during the siege of Mahdia in 1396. He died a soldier as he had lived, but history remembers him not for battles fought abroad, nor for his tenure as a knight of the court, but for one day, one duel, and one verdict. The aftermath of the Carousse, Le Gris duel marked a cultural turning point. In France, the Parliament began sharply restricting the use of combat. Over the next few decades, trial by battle was gradually phased out in favor of sworn testimony, depositions, and written evidence. By the 15th century, it was effectively obsolete. In England, the decline was slower. Trial by combat remained on the books, though rarely used. The most famous late medieval English instance occurred in 1446, involving a land dispute between a squire and a knight. Though authorized, the duel was halted before blood was drawn. In Scotland and the Holy Roman Empire, local variants of judicial combat persisted a bit longer, especially in frontier or rural regions, where centralized courts had less reach. Still, the general trajectory was clear. Law was moving away from the battlefield and into the courtroom. The belief that God would intervene through arms was slowly replaced by confidence in process, procedure, and written precedent. The disappearance of trial by combat didn't happen in isolation. It was part of a broader shift in medieval legal thinking. The rise of universities. The 12th and 13th centuries saw the growth of legal education in places like Bologna and Paris. Scholars trained in Roman law emphasized reason, written procedure, and structured inquiry over ordeal or duel. The influence of canon law. Church courts had long opposed trial by combat. They favored confession, penance, and reconciliation over violent resolution. As canon law spread, it influenced secular courts to abandon violent trials in favor of more rational judgment. Administrative expansion. As monarchs centralized authority, royal courts became more accessible. Traveling justices, written indictments, and juries began to replace personal and feudal forms of justice. Thus, trial by combat was outgrown, not defeated, but rendered unnecessary by a more complex and literate legal system. Despite its legal demise, trial by combat has retained a mythic place in Western imagination. In literature, it appears in medieval romances like Le Morte d'Arthur, in which knights prove truth and virtue through arms. In legend, it features in stories of noble wrongs righted by courage and sword, where combat is less about law and more about destiny. In modern fiction, it survives in fantasy tales like A Song of Ice and Fire, popularized through Game of Thrones, where characters invoke trial by combat to bypass corrupt courts or appeal to divine justice. This persistent fascination reveals something important: the emotional appeal of visible, decisive, personal justice. Even when flawed or fatal, it satisfies a deep human desire to see truth proved by action, not argument. At its core, Trial by Combat was about certainty in a world where so much was uncertain. No forensics, no standardized court transcripts, no reliable witnesses. What people did have was faith. Faith that God would not let the guilty triumph. Faith that courage equaled conviction. Faith that the universe had rules, and those rules could be tested in flesh and steel. But that certainty came at a terrible price. Because strength is not truth. And not all who died in the lists were guilty. Though trial by combat was abandoned, its residue lingers in subtle ways. The concept of trial by jury, in which ordinary citizens weigh the evidence, replaced the idea of divine arbitration with community judgment. The idea that an accused person may face their accuser in open court, a right still enshrined in many legal systems, shares ancestry with the direct confrontation of judicial combat. Even the public nature of modern trials, designed to ensure transparency and fairness, echoes the performative justice of the medieval field. In all these, we see remnants of the medieval belief that justice must be seen to be believed. Strangely, trial by combat lingered legally in English law until the 19th century. In 1818, a case known as Ashford v. Thornton shocked the courts. A man named Abraham Thornton was accused of murdering a woman named Mary Ashford. Though acquitted in criminal court, her brother brought a private appeal, a medieval right still permitted under law. Thornton responded by demanding trial by combat. To the astonishment of judges, his request was legally valid. The appeal was dropped and Thornton walked free. The very next year, Parliament abolished both private appeals and trial by battle, finally closing the chapter that had begun with knights and monarchs centuries before. The story of trial by combat is not just about steel and blood. It is about how societies move from belief to bureaucracy, from ritual to record, from faith to fact. Yet it also warns us that spectacle can cloud reason. Justice that depends on violence may reflect fear more than fairness. And truth, when left to strength, can be easily overpowered. Story 5. The Witch's Trial Confession Under the Lash. It is the spring of 1487 in the small German town of Ravensburg, nestled near the edge of the Black Forest. The cobbled streets are damp with snowmelt, and the scent of wood smoke drifts from chimneys that seem too weary to welcome spring. In the marketplace, an old woman sits beside a basket of dried roots and crushed flowers, offering remedies and blessings in a hushed voice to those who approach with copper coins and whispered ailments. Her name is Anna Veitlin. She is a widow, a midwife, and a woman known equally for her kindness and for the unease her presence inspires. Today, a child lies ill. His skin burns with fever, and his mother swears he was healthy before Anna offered a tonic for his cough. A priest is called. A neighbor murmurs something about strange symbols drawn on the lintel of her door. The mayor sends for the local bailiff. By dusk, Anna is gone from her cottage. By dawn, she is shackled in the town hall, awaiting interrogation. Her crime, witchcraft. Her fate, to be determined not by proof, but by confession and, if necessary, the lash. By the late 15th century, the concept of witchcraft had changed dramatically in Europe. In earlier centuries, the church had largely dismissed popular beliefs in witches as ignorant superstition. But by the 1400s, theological doctrine began to shift. Under the influence of inquisitorial fervor, witchcraft was no longer seen as isolated folk practice. It was redefined as heresy, a deliberate pact with the devil, a crime against both man and God. This change was codified in 1484, when Pope Innocent VIII issued the papal bull Summis Desiderantes Effectibus, authorizing inquisitors Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger to pursue witches aggressively. 2 years later, Kramer and Sprenger published the infamous Malleus Maleficarum, or the Hammer of Witches, a manual that would shape witch trials across Europe for the next century. It argued that witches were real, mostly female, and that their guilt was best proven by confession, especially when obtained under torture. Thus, suspicion became accusation, and accusation became guilt. In towns like Ravensburg, this theology was not debated, it was enforced. Anna Vaitland's story is not unique. That's what makes it so terrifying. She lived alone in a one-room cottage with a garden full of herbs. She was literate enough to read scripture and old enough to remember the last famine. Widowed young, she never remarried. Instead, she became a midwife and healer, respected for her remedies but also feared for her knowledge. In a community where survival depended on faith, routine, and conformity, Anna stood just far enough apart to be noticed, and just close enough to be needed. It was a dangerous balance. And when bad luck struck, a stillbirth, a failed harvest, a mysterious illness, people looked for answers. Not in themselves, but in the shadowy figures who lived at the edge of what was known. The complaint began with a whisper. A child fell ill after drinking a tincture made by Anna. A young man claimed she cursed his oxen after he mocked her. A local priest noted her absence from Mass and claimed he saw her muttering in the woods. These stories, once shared, did not dissipate, they multiplied. In a few days, the town council convened. The bishop's representative was consulted. Anna was seized and accused of maleficium, harmful magic. At first, she denied everything. She had helped the boy's cough, not harmed it. She prayed nightly. Her herbs were common. Her solitude not a choice but a consequence of grief. But her words, calm and measured, were drowned by a tide of fear. According to the Malleus Maleficarum and inquisitorial law, a witch's guilt lay not in evidence, but in confession. To deny guilt was to prove it further, for it was believed that only the devil protected his followers from shame and pain. If confession did not come freely, it could be coerced, a euphemism for torture. The rack, the thumbscrew, the strappado, suspension by the arms behind the back, sleep deprivation, beating, all were permitted under the legal doctrine of exceptio in causis gravibus, which allowed torture in cases of capital crimes involving spiritual danger. Confession under duress was not just expected, it was standard. And once given, it could not be revoked. Anna was brought before the magistrates and questioned. At first, she remained defiant. She cited the names of women she had helped, children she had healed, prayers she had offered. She denied ever calling on demons. She knew nothing of sabbats or flying ointments. Her garden was for medicine, not malice. But the questions turned. Was she aware of her own body during the night? Did she ever feel it leave her? Had animals ever spoken to her? Had she read from a book not found in church? Her answers, cautious, weary, incomplete, were recorded by scribes. The magistrates were not impressed. When she asked to see her accusers, she was denied. When she asked for a priest, she was told that only confession would save her soul. And so, she was taken to the lower chamber, the one with stone floors and chains. In the dimness, Anna was suspended by her wrists, for hours, perhaps longer. She screamed, she wept, she prayed. At some point, she confessed a part of the accusation, not all, but enough. She had once spoken a prayer in anger. She had once cursed a man who struck his wife. She had mixed herbs that caused a rash. She had dreamed of fire. The scribes wrote. The confession, fragmented and extracted under agony, became truth in the eyes of the court. In such trials, the verdict was all but assured. Even those who recanted after torture were seen as still guilty, for the devil was believed to inspire both confession and denial. The magistrates sentenced Anna to death by fire, a common penalty in the German states, where burning was considered a purifying punishment, cleansing both soul and society. She was allowed one final confession and a chance to renounce the devil. She did so quietly, whether out of faith, fear, or exhaustion, no one could say. She was executed at dawn. After her death, her cottage was seized and her belongings burned. Her garden was uprooted. The well near her home was blessed. Life in Ravensburg returned to normal. But the people remembered, and over the years more women would be accused, more confessions would be extracted, and more fires would burn at the edge of town. Anna's trial was not exceptional. Between the 15th and 17th centuries, tens of thousands, perhaps as many as 60,000 people were executed for witchcraft in Europe. The overwhelming majority were women. Most were poor, old, unmarried, or marginal in some way. The trials followed a pattern. Accusation by neighbor, priest, or rumor. Detainment and isolation. Interrogation, often guided by leading questions. Torture. Confession. Execution. The process was cloaked in legal and theological legitimacy. Yet behind it lay a potent mix of social anxiety, misogyny, scapegoating, and institutional control. It was, above all, a justice system built on a belief in evil as real, feminine, and lurking within the familiar. When Anna Veitlin confessed, however incoherently, under duress, and through cracked lips, her ordeal did not end. It entered a new phase. For authorities in the late 15th century German states, confession wasn't the conclusion of justice, it was merely the gateway to public reckoning. What followed was a carefully orchestrated sequence of ecclesiastical and civil steps, conducted not out of cruelty, but in the name of divine and earthly order. She had admitted to causing sickness, to cursing a neighbor, to communing with spirits in dreams. These fragments were enough. Now came the task of confirming guilt, of naming accomplices, and perhaps most importantly of documenting the process, so the court could show that its judgment rested on sacred and procedural ground. Every town with a tribunal required not just interrogators, but scribes. As Anna's statements were repeated, clarified, and expanded under suggestion, the court notaries carefully recorded her words, sometimes paraphrased, sometimes polished, often cleaned of contradictions. This record of guilt would serve as the foundation of her sentence. Legal scholars of the time, influenced by Roman law traditions, understood the power of written testimony. These confessions and depositions would be archived, cited, and sometimes even copied for instructional purposes. This was not a trial by jury, it was a trial by documentation. And Anna's fate was increasingly no longer hers. To influence it had passed into the realm of parchment. One of the critical goals of witch interrogations was the uncovering of networks. Authorities feared that witches operated not as isolated individuals, but as cells in a greater conspiracy, an idea fed by theological treatises and inquisitorial manuals. As such, Anna's confession was not complete until she had named others. Initially, she refused. She insisted she acted alone, that her dreams were her own, that she spoke to no spirits but the saints. But after another night of silence, cold, and threats, she offered names. Whether fabricated, half-remembered, or selected out of exhaustion, we do not know. Among them, a washerwoman who had once quarreled with her, a shepherd's wife who had given her eggs, a girl with a hare's foot tied to her apron. They were arrested within the week. Some would later be released, Others would follow Anna's path. And the witch hunt once sparked, spread like fire through dry grass. It is easy to imagine that such trials were solely the work of secular courts, but the church was never far away. In some regions, it led the charge. In others, especially the German territories of the Holy Roman Empire, it played a supportive but powerful role. Parish priests gave sermons warning against diabolical corruption. Bishops issued instructions on proper inquisition techniques. Monks and scholars wrote treatises reinforcing the notion that women were spiritually weaker and more prone to demonic influence. In Anna's case, a Dominican friar was brought in to observe her final days. He heard her last confession. He instructed her to seek forgiveness, not mercy. He reminded the townspeople that the devil deceives through pity as much as pride. It was not cruelty. It was, to them, a form of spiritual surgery, painful, necessary, and blessed. While church doctrine guided moral reasoning, civil law provided the instruments of power. By the 15th century, Roman law traditions revived and codified in university towns had spread throughout the German states. These laws permitted torture under strict conditions. The crime had to be serious. The evidence had to be semi-proof, not enough to convict but enough to warrant torture. The accused had to be given a final chance to confess freely. The torture could not cause lasting injury or death. The confession had to be repeated, without coercion, the following day to be valid. These rules, though rational in theory, were flexible in practice. In reality, magistrates could justify torture in nearly any witchcraft case, since the crime was defined as both spiritual and civil treason, and since semi-proof could include rumor, dreams, or misfortunes. Anna's ordeal fit all the criteria, and though she had confessed, her story lacked completion. The law demanded more. So the lash returned. One of the most commonly used techniques in late 15th century interrogations was the strappado, a rope and pulley method in which the victim was hoisted by the wrists, tied behind the back, and then dropped suddenly, wrenching the shoulders. Other techniques included thumb screws, used to crush fingers until bone splintered; the rack, stretching the body to excruciating limits; the chair of nails, where the accused was seated for hours on sharp iron studs. Anna endured the strappado. The court's notary described her response. The woman did scream. She did call upon the saints. She said she flew at night. She said she feasted with others in the woods. She did name the place and the date. These flights and feasts became key features of witch narratives across Europe, especially in German-speaking lands, where they took on rich mythic symbolism. Were these claims real beliefs, dreams, inventions under duress? For the court, the answer didn't matter. The record now held what it needed. With the sentence determined, Anna was transferred from the town's temporary cells to a holding enclosure near the execution grounds. It was common practice to house condemned prisoners here for a final week. She was allowed one visitor, the Dominican friar who had witnessed her interrogations. He brought her bread and recited prayers. He asked if she repented. She nodded. He did not ask again. No family came to visit. Her property had already been claimed by the city. Her garden was trampled, her goats sold. She was alone. And so she waited in silence for the day of burning. The day before her execution, the court assembled one final time. The mayor, the magistrates, the scribe, the bailiff, and 2 town elders reviewed the confessions and the sentence. All was in order. A formal report would be sent to the regional bishop. The cost of execution, including the price of firewood, the fee for the executioner, and the rope, was calculated and recorded in the city's ledger. Anna's seized possessions would be sold to offset the cost. This wasn't cruelty, it was civic administration. To the authorities, a witch's trial was not only a religious event. It was a matter of public hygiene, legal duty, and economic practicality. What made witch trials so terrifying was not their chaos, but their order. From the moment of accusation to the final breath, every step was documented, regulated, and approved. There were no mobs with pitchforks, no chaotic executions. There were courtrooms. There were notaries. There were laws. And for Anna Vaitlin, justice was not a flame, it was a form. It was dawn when the guards came for Anna Vaitlin. The execution was scheduled to take place just after sunrise, at the edge of the town square near the old gallows now fitted for a pyre. A crowd had already gathered, murmuring, watching, many holding their children by the hand. Some came in fear, others in fascination, and some simply because it was expected. The executioner, dressed in a leather apron, stood ready. He was a professional, well paid, and often feared. The firewood had been laid in a wide circle, stacked high around a wooden stake. A rope hung loosely, ready to secure Anna in place. It was to be a public display, a ritual of moral purification, not only for Anna's soul but for the entire community. Anna, emaciated and bruised, was led barefoot through the muddy street. Her eyes were downcast, her face pale from days of confinement and broken sleep. She did not cry. Some in the crowd murmured prayers. A few shouted curses. One elderly woman turned her back. The Dominican friar accompanied Anna, reciting Latin prayers aloud. He held a crucifix toward her lips one final time. She kissed it. Then she was bound to the stake. At the magistrate's signal, the executioner lit the kindling. The flames caught slowly, then climbed quickly. And just like that, Anna Vaitlin vanished from the world, leaving behind no grave, no memorial, and no descendants to tell her story. Only ashes and silence. Ravensburg believed it had performed a necessary act. They had cleansed a spiritual infection, upheld divine justice, and followed legal and theological norms. The church was satisfied. The town records were tidy. The people slept a little easier, reassured that evil had a face and that they had burned it. The property confiscated from Anna helped offset town expenses. Her garden was dug up, her home left empty. But the questions remained whispered, unspoken, and unrecorded. What if she had been innocent? What if her dreams had been nothing more than dreams? What if the sickness she was accused of causing had simply been a fever? These doubts were dangerous, and so they were not allowed to settle. Life moved on. But the machinery that had consumed Anna Vaitlin did not stop. Anna's story was one of tens of thousands. From the late 15th to the early 18th century, a massive wave of witch persecution swept across Europe. It was not isolated to small villages or religious zealots, it was widespread, organized, and systematic. Consider the statistics. Between 1480 and 1750, historians estimate 40,000 to 60,000 people were executed for witchcraft in Europe. Over 80% were women. The Holy Roman Empire, including modern Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, had the highest number of trials and executions. Trials were held not just in rural towns, but in major cities, often with the support of both local rulers and church authorities. This wasn't spontaneous violence. It was bureaucratic persecution, driven by law, fear, and theology. Several forces combined to drive the European witch craze. 1. Religious upheaval. The Protestant Reformation, beginning in 1517, and the Catholic Counter-Reformation heightened religious tensions. Each side accused the other of corruption, heresy, and sometimes witchcraft. Both used trials to demonstrate moral authority. 2. Social anxiety. Famine, war, plague, and economic hardship created a craving for explanations. People needed to blame someone for failed crops, dead animals, miscarriages, or sudden deaths. 3. Gender and misogyny. Women, especially widows, midwives, and older women, were viewed with suspicion. The belief that women were morally weaker and more vulnerable to the devil was widespread in both Catholic and Protestant regions. 4. Legal incentives. Local courts often benefited from witch trials. Property was confiscated. Judges gained prestige. Townspeople were reassured that justice was being done. Together, these forces created a self-sustaining system in which fear fed accusation. Accusation led to torture, torture to confession, and confession to execution. Each case proved the need for the next. No single text had more influence on the witch craze than the Malleus Maleficarum, 1487. Written by inquisitors Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, it blended theological doctrine with procedural advice. Among its claims, witches were mostly women because women were more impressionable and more carnal. Denial of witchcraft was itself a sign of guilt. Torture was not only permissible, it was necessary. No trial should end without a confession. The book was a bestseller, reprinted dozens of times, and used across Europe by both church and civil authorities. It turned suspicion into procedure and institutionalized the destruction of the accused. Anna Vaitland's name disappeared from records after her execution. Like so many others, her story was never formally questioned, reviewed, or reconsidered. Yet by the early 18th century, public opinion had begun to shift. Intellectuals of the Enlightenment began to question the validity of forced confessions. Legal reformers argued for evidence-based trials and condemned the use of torture. Church officials quietly distanced themselves from witch trials, emphasizing pastoral care over persecution. In 1775, the last known execution for witchcraft in Europe occurred in Switzerland. By the early 1800s, witch trials were officially extinct. And yet the memory remained. Today, memorials and plaques have been erected in some European towns acknowledging the tragedy of the witch hunts. Museums document the trials. Scholars pore over court records and execution lists. But for most of history, women like Anna were not remembered. Their stories were not passed down. Their voices were silenced not just in life but in the centuries that followed. They became footnotes or disappeared entirely. In that sense, the true cost of the witch craze was not just death, it was erasure. Witch trials left lasting impacts, even after they ended. They highlighted the dangers of coerced confession, which influenced later legal reforms emphasizing due process. They exposed the flaws in relying on spectral evidence, claims based on visions or dreams, which informed Enlightenment critiques of superstition. They entered folklore, becoming the subject of novels, operas, and later, films often romanticized, rarely accurate. Even today, the term witch hunt is used politically, often stripped of its historical weight. But behind that term lies a real history of injustice, fear, and pain. We often imagine progress as inevitable, that our systems today are beyond the reach of such horrors. But Anna's story offers a chilling reminder. That law without mercy becomes cruelty. That belief, weaponized, becomes violence. And that people, ordinary and unremarkable, can become executioners by following the rules too closely. Justice does not always wear the face of fairness. Sometimes it wears robes, carries a book, and speaks Latin as the flames rise. Story 6. The water test drowning guilt and innocence in early modern England. In the cool morning of an English spring in 1613, a crowd gathered beside a pond in the village of Leighton Buzzard. Among them stood local constables, 2 Church of England ministers, a few magistrates, and nearly every villager with the freedom to watch. In the center stood a woman named Alice Norton. Her ankles and wrists were bound tightly with cord, and she shivered not just from the cold. Behind her, a constable held the rope that would lower her into the murky pond. No formal charge had been proven. No crime had been fully described. Yet this scene, one repeated hundreds of times across early modern England, was not disorder, it was procedure. Alice was about to undergo the swimming test, a method of determining whether she was a witch. In a society entangled in religious anxiety, civil suspicion, and a need for public judgment, water became judge, jury, and executioner. The notion that water could discern guilt is ancient. In the early medieval period, trial by ordeal was a common legal practice across Europe. These included the ordeal by fire, in which the accused held a red-hot iron and waited to see if the wound healed cleanly, a sign of innocence. The ordeal by combat, where divine favor was presumed to rest with the victor. And the ordeal by water, which included both hot water, scalding hand immersion, and cold water, the basis of the swimming test. By the 13th century, the Church formally banned ordeals as a legitimate legal procedure. But in England, folk customs persisted, often revived by local magistrates or encouraged by fearful villagers. The idea was simple: the pure element of water would reject evil. If the accused floated, she was guilty, rejected by the water. If she sank, she was innocent, embraced by nature's cleanness. Of course, in practice, those who sank might drown before being pulled out, and those who floated did so not from guilt, but from basic physics, the body's buoyancy when tightly bound with air trapped in clothing. But reason rarely stood against fear. Why would a quiet English village turn to such methods? In the early 1600s, England was a country in flux. The Reformation had severed ties with the Catholic Church, yet religious instability persisted under the Tudors and into the Stuart era. Enclosures disrupted rural economies, turning common land into private pasture. Harvest failures, inflation, and plague outbreaks placed huge strain on poor communities. Local governance was patchy. Many villages were left to manage justice themselves. In this context, fear needed a shape, and so it turned inward toward those who stood at the edge of society: widows, healers, women with sharp tongues, or those who lived alone. In Leighton Buzzard, Alice Norton was one such woman. A midwife in her 50s, she had been present at several difficult births. She had once quarreled with the baker, and crucially, she had no husband to protect her name. A child fell ill. The mother remembered a strange look Alice had given her. Whispers began, accusations followed. Then came the demand: she must be tried. By the early 17th century, witchcraft was a crime under English law, most notably under the Witchcraft Act of 1604, passed under King James I, a monarch obsessed with demonology. The act criminalized conjuration, dealing with evil spirits and causing harm through magical means, punishable by death. However, trials required evidence, and often evidence was lacking. There were no eyewitnesses to a pact with the devil, no fingerprints on a hex, just rumor, reputation, and misfortune. That's where the swimming test came in. It wasn't officially legal, but neither was it strictly forbidden. It existed in a gray zone of tolerated local justice. If magistrates authorized it, they could later defend their decision as public service. Villagers saw it differently. They saw justice being done, safely in daylight with the whole community present. It gave structure to fear. And it gave people someone to blame. Alice's hands and feet were bound, usually with the right thumb tied to the left toe, and vice versa. She was clothed in her shift, often with additional layers to preserve modesty. A rope was tied around her waist to prevent drowning, though the sincerity of this safety varied. Then she was lowered into the water. Onlookers watched closely. If she floated, especially on her back, it was interpreted as proof of guilt. If she sank, she was pulled out eventually. According to the accounts, we have often not written until years later Alice floated. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The test had spoken. She was declared guilty by the villagers, though not formally by any court yet. but she would not be released. She was taken to the local lockup to await formal charges. Following the swim, local officials were obligated to document the event. A report would be drawn up, usually stating that the accused had been found to float and noting the names of witnesses. The case would then be forwarded to a higher court, typically the assize court, which handled serious criminal matters. Here, two things could happen. The case was dismissed, as many swimming test cases were, due to lack of hard evidence. The accused was tried, often relying on further testimonies and possible confessions extracted during imprisonment. In Alice's case, her story ended up in the assize records, and while no full transcript survives, her name appears in a 1613 listing of accused witches in Bedfordshire. What happened in that courtroom or dungeon is lost to time. But the water had already rendered its verdict. The rest was formality. Perhaps the most unsettling feature of the swimming test is how it inverted expectations of justice. If you drowned, you were innocent, but dead. If you lived, you were guilty and condemned. It was a no-win ritual, designed not to discover truth, but to enforce social conformity through a pageant of public consensus. Even in an era that prized scripture and rationalism, such medieval remnants endured because they met a human need: to externalize blame, to bring closure, and to reinforce authority. Alice's trial was never just about her. It was about holding the community together by sacrificing the outlier. After Alice Norton was declared to have floated during her swimming test, the burden shifted from the public square to the formal realm of England's legal system. She was remanded to a local jail, a makeshift, lice-infested room within the parish house or town hall. There, she awaited the assize courts, which only convened twice a year, often leaving the accused in limbo for months. In early modern England, justice moved slowly, and jails were not for punishment but for containment. Punishment, if it came, was swift and often final. Until then, prisoners depended on outside charity relatives or neighbors bringing food, or alms distributed by parish officials. Alice had no family close by. She relied on bread and broth from the church poor box, or on what little the constables spared. Meanwhile, the wheels of legal formality began to turn. With no forensic evidence, no magical traces, and no laws of modern proof, pretrial examinations served as the backbone of witchcraft prosecutions. These were informal interviews or interrogations conducted by justices of the peace or constables. In them, the accused was asked to explain the floating, any strange behavior, reputation and prior disputes, alleged contact with spirits or familiars. In Alice's examination, the record of which has not survived but can be reasonably reconstructed from similar cases, she may have been asked about dreams, nighttime visitors, and local illnesses. The constables would have pressed her to name others, to describe unnatural events, and to admit intent. Most crucially, they would ask, "Did you consent to the devil's power?" These interviews were often framed with leading questions, designed to extract phrases or details that could later be interpreted as proof of guilt. Though Matthew Hopkins, the notorious witchfinder general, would not rise to prominence until the 1640s, there was already an emerging class of semi-professional witch-finders in early 17th century England. They were not always officially employed, but often invited by towns, especially when rumors spread. These individuals claimed to possess expertise in identifying witch marks, small blemishes or moles said to feed familiars, observing unnatural behavior during examination, reading patterns of local misfortune. They offered their services for a fee and often traveled from town to town. While there's no record of a witchfinder present at Alice's trial, similar figures had operated in nearby counties like Essex and Norfolk. Even without one, The methods of examination they popularized had already spread. Alice was stripped and searched for marks. Any mole, wart, or skin tag could be noted as a teat for feeding a familiar. The marks she bore, perhaps from childbirth, illness, or aging, were transcribed into evidence. A significant part of witch lore in early modern England concerned familiars, animal-shaped demons or spirits that served the witch. They could be toads, cats, ferrets, rats, or even flies. The names given to these familiars were often fantastical and unsettling. Pewakid, Vinegar Tom, Saki and Sugar, Greedy Gut. Under duress or suggestion, accused women might name one or more familiars. These names then became a source of fascination and revulsion, reinforcing the image of the witch as both diabolical and absurd. If Alice was prompted or imagined to name a familiar, it may have been a cat. Cats were common in English folklore as ambiguous creatures, both pest controllers and possible agents of the devil. Whether the name was Whistlewhip or Brindlecoat, the act of nomming a spirit was interpreted as proof of pact. It was no longer just suspicion. It was a story. Because empirical proof was nearly impossible, reputation and anecdote became the trial's foundation. The assize court in Bedfordshire convened in the summer of 1613. When Alice was brought forth, the following evidence may have been presented, consistent with similar trial accounts. Testimony from neighbors. One reported that a child fell ill after Alice passed by. Domestic quarrels. Alice once accused a woman of stealing her firewood. Soon after, that woman's pig died. Bad harvests or sour milk. Any household misfortune that defied explanation was attributed to witchcraft. Even mundane details took on sinister meanings. A strange look, a muttered phrase, a refusal to lend flour. Witnesses could include anyone from the local vicar to the baker's apprentice. The more witnesses there were, the less burden the judges felt to demand hard proof. And once a person was caught in the web of suspicion, everything became retroactively significant. Assize judges were often educated men from London, trained in the common law and more skeptical of folk justice than local officials. Some disapproved of swimming tests or feared the mob's power, but they also recognized the public pressure to convict. To acquit a suspected witch in a town that had demanded a trial risked unrest or worse, accusations of leniency. Many judges sought a compromise. Convict the witch, but offer a lesser sentence. Postpone execution, allowing the matter to fade. Recommend pious repentance over harsh judgment. But in 1613, the political winds favored punishment. King James I had written his own treatise, Demonology, urging vigilance against witches. And so the courts moved with gravity. Alice was found guilty of maleficium, harmful magic. The sentence, death by hanging. Unlike continental Europe, where witches were often burned, England reserved burning for treason. Witches were hanged. Alice was brought to a gallows near Bedford. Her execution was quiet compared to the ordeal at the pond. Few came to protest, fewer still wept. She was buried in an unmarked grave. In some regions, witches were buried at a crossroads, symbolically dispersing their spirit and preventing it from returning. The court records listed her name, the date, and her crime. She became, as many before her, a number in the margins of a parchment. Between 1560 and 1700, England prosecuted more than 500 people for witchcraft. The numbers were lower than in parts of Germany or France, but the methods were no less cruel. And while some cases have become famous, like the Pendle witches of 1612, most are lost. The stories of women like Alice Norton survive only in fragments. A name in a jail ledger, a quote in a minister's diary, a single line in an assize calendar. Each was a life. Each had a face, a voice, a home, a story. And yet, to the courts and communities, they were symbols, projections of fear, not people. By the late 17th century, the water ordeal, already a relic of pre-Reformation superstition, was falling out of favor, even in the more isolated corners of England. Judges became increasingly reluctant to permit it, and religious authorities, too, began to distance themselves from a practice that bore the unmistakable scent of paganism and mob justice. The intellectual atmosphere had changed. The Royal Society was founded in 1660, promoting empirical observation over superstition. Thinkers like John Locke and Francis Bacon had sown the seeds of rationalism and individual rights. The new scientific worldview didn't support invisible familiars, spectral evidence, or the idea that murky water could reveal a person's moral essence. But change was uneven. In many rural towns, particularly in eastern England, swimming tests continued into the early 1700s, not officially, but quietly encouraged by communities steeped in tradition and fear. Even when law forbade it, local custom often ruled. One of the final documented uses of the water ordeal in England occurred in 1712, in the town of Hertfordshire, when a woman named Jane Wenham was accused of witchcraft. Though she wasn't subjected to swimming, the trial stirred national attention, marking a turning point in public opinion. Jane Wenham was accused of flying and bewitching livestock, but the judge at her trial, Sir John Powell, famously dismissed the swimming test as nonsense and declared, "There is no law against flying." Though she was convicted by the jury, she was quickly pardoned, reflecting the growing gap between popular belief and legal principle. After this, witch trials dwindled to symbolic relics of a fading worldview. By 1736, the Witchcraft Act was repealed in England, effectively ending all legal proceedings related to witchcraft. No more ponds, no more cords, no more rope-bound tests of guilt. But the damage had already been done. The endurance of the water test can be attributed to several overlapping forces. One, collective fear. In communities where everyone knew everyone, social tension was inevitable. The swimming test provided a release valve, a ritualized way to manage suspicion and restore a false sense of control. 2. Theatrical certainty. The image of a woman floating, arms bound and dress ballooning, became a powerful symbol. It was a spectacle, and spectacles leave memories often more persuasive than reason. 3. Legal ambiguity. Because England's legal code allowed discretion at the local level, magistrates could bend to pressure without fully defying the law. This loophole allowed swimming tests to thrive in gray areas of enforcement. 4. The power of the accusation. Once someone was accused of witchcraft, they had already lost. Reputation, community standing, and safety were gone. The water test didn't prove guilt, it simply confirmed what people already wanted to believe. For those like Alice Norton, no monuments were erected, no reparations were made. Unlike in Scotland and parts of Europe, England has not issued formal state apologies for its witch trials. Yet the ripples remain. Some towns have installed plaques or modest memorials, often at the urging of local historians. Court records, where they survive, are being digitized and studied, allowing researchers to reconstruct lives once lost to silence. Folklorists trace the tales of local witches once spoken in fear, now remembered with a mixture of sorrow and cultural pride. But there is no clear line between justice and folklore. The pain of accusation does not fade simply because belief has. The legacy of the water ordeal, and witch trials in general, lives on in the English language. The term witch hunt now refers to unjust persecution based on flimsy or fabricated evidence. Phrases like trial by ordeal or thrown to the wolves still evoke the feeling of being judged unfairly. Writers like Arthur Miller, in The Crucible, used witch trials to explore modern paranoia in his case. The McCarthy hearings of the 1950s. Even today, legal and political debates draw upon the imagery of the swimming test. A person accused must prove their innocence, but any defense only seems to confirm guilt. It is a mirror we hold to power and to ourselves. The story of the water test is not just about witches or ponds. It is about how societies respond to uncertainty. When crops fail, whom do we blame? When children sicken, where do we look for cause? When a stranger speaks harshly, how far do we let fear drive the consequences? And how often do we let the community's desire for clarity override the rights of the individual? These are questions that extend beyond early modern England. They apply to every era in which anxiety seeks form and finds it in the body of a scapegoat. Though her story survives only in pieces, Alice Norton represents thousands, mostly women, who faced the impossible logic of the water test. She was not burned in fire, but drowned in suspicion. She was not given a jury of her peers, but judged by pond, rope, and rumor. She was not remembered in books, but now she is recalled in this story not as a witch, but as a woman caught in the crosscurrent of fear and tradition. A name once scrawled in a ledger is now spoken aloud again. That is, in its own way, a form of justice. Story 7. The Law of Bread Bakers, Fraud, and the Pillory in Medieval London. In modern times, bread is taken for granted. Sliced white in a plastic bag, artisan sourdough on a brunch plate, its availability is a given. But in medieval London, bread was not just food. It was the cornerstone of daily survival. And because it was so essential, the laws that governed bread were extensive, detailed, and strictly enforced. To understand the machinery of medieval justice, one need not look to kings or courts. One only need look to the baker, the scales, and the pillory. The assize of bread and ale, a statute enacted in 1266, was one of the earliest economic regulations in English history. It aimed to fix the price and weight of bread according to the cost of grain. The rules it laid down and the punishments that followed offer a window into how medieval people regulated fairness, punished fraud, and balanced the public good against private ambition. It may sound boring, but the consequences of a light loaf could be anything but. The assize of bread and ale was issued under King Henry III in 1266, during a period of rising grain prices and social unrest. It followed earlier attempts at regulating bread in London and other towns, but this statute became the model for enforcement across England for centuries. The idea was simple in principle. The weight of a loaf should adjust in proportion to the price of wheat. When grain was cheap, bakers had to make heavier loaves for the same price. When grain was dear, loaves could be smaller but never underweight for the current price. This system attempted to protect consumers from exploitation, while allowing bakers to operate with predictability. But the execution was far from simple. The assize required tables of conversion. For every fluctuation in grain cost, officials would calculate how much a farthing loaf should weigh. These tables were posted publicly, and bakers were expected to follow them precisely. This wasn't a suggestion, it was law. In medieval London, bakers were part of the Bread Bakers' Guild, which had its own ordinances, officials, and apprenticeship system. But even within the guild, competition was fierce. A loaf sold underweight could produce a few extra pence, and since enforcement relied on random inspections, the temptation to shave a few ounces from each loaf was strong. Some bakers kept secret false weights or adjusted their loaves in the oven, counting on leniency. But the consequences for those caught cheating were severe. If inspectors from the wardens of the guild or civic officials found a short-weight loaf, the baker could be fined on the first offense, publicly shamed on the second, pilloried or imprisoned on repeated offenses. Even flour adulteration mixing with bran, dust, or chalk was known and punished. And because bread was sacred to daily life and religious observance alike, betrayal of its purity was a public offense. One of the best-known legacies of this regulation is the baker's dozen, a term still used today to mean 13 of something instead of 12. This custom arose from bakeries adding one extra loaf to every dozen sold, just in case any loaf came in underweight. It was a preventive defense against fines or worse. The extra loaf ensured that if an inspector weighed the lot, the average would meet the required weight, a clever solution to an unforgiving rule. It also shows that bakers did not see the law as something to rebel against, but rather something to survive within. This practice became so common that customers expected it, embedding legal caution into commercial tradition. While fines hurt the purse, the pillory damaged something more permanent: reputation. A wooden frame with holes for head and hands, the pillory was placed in central markets or outside guild halls. Offenders were locked in place, often for hours, while the public passed by. Sometimes they were pelted with refuse. Others faced jeers, mockery, or worse. In the 14th century, records show bakers from Cheapside, Bread Street, and Smithfield sent to the pillory for selling underweight loaves. The names of these men, John Le Baker, Thomas Atte Oven, appear in London city rolls, along with their offenses and sentences. This was justice as performance. The goal wasn't just to punish one baker, but to warn them all. The pillory's location, often near the baker's own market stall, ensured that customers saw the punishment and remembered it. In some instances, loaves found to be false were burned publicly at the offender's door, a dramatic gesture that said, "This home has defrauded the people." Enforcing the assize required constant vigilance. Every ward of London had inspectors known as ale conners and bread weighers. They carried standard weights and could walk into any bakery unannounced and demand loaves for weighing. These officials were often members of the community, sometimes bakers themselves, other times men of trusted reputation. They faced a difficult task: enforcing fairness without provoking retaliation. There are cases of bribery, intimidation, or evasion, with bakers stalling inspections or hiding suspect loaves. Officials also had to contend with fluctuations in wheat supply, caused by war, poor harvests, or trade disruptions. A drought in Yorkshire could raise grain prices in London weeks later. Bakers caught between rising costs and fixed prices had to make hard choices. And still, the law required compliance. Bread was so important that the entire system of civic morality became entwined with it. Religious sermons used bread as a metaphor for honesty, charity, and Christ's sacrifice. Street poets wrote of the cheating baker as a figure of scorn. The fact that bread was sold in open markets, not hidden in shops, meant its sale was always on display. If a baker tried to cheat, his neighbors would see it. If he was fined or pilloried, his customers might never return. In medieval London, trust was as valuable as yeast. Though the assize of bread faded with time, replaced by modern trade law, and eventually repealed, the issues it addressed remain relevant. Price stability in essential goods. Protection of consumers from fraud. The role of public trust in markets. Today, we rely on barcode scanners, health inspectors, and packaging laws. But in the 14th century, a scale, a loaf, and a wooden collar were the tools of regulation. They served a society that couldn't afford abstract law. Every ounce of flour mattered. Every crumb carried consequence. To understand the enforcement of the assize of bread, we must first understand the medieval market not just as an economic space, but as a moral one. Markets in London, York, and other English cities were not anonymous hubs of trade. They were highly social, interactive environments where everyone's business was everyone's concern. Stalls were permanent fixtures. Sellers, especially bakers, operated in full view of their neighbors, competitors, and customers. Reputation was currency. To cheat a buyer was not just a business risk. It was a public betrayal, one that could cost a tradesman his livelihood. That's why civic officials placed great importance on ritualized enforcement of bread laws. Markets were heavily monitored not just for fraud, but for fairness behavior, and even the honesty of display. A crooked scale could land you in the pillory just as fast as a light loaf. Two important positions helped enforce this code of conduct. 1. Bread weighers. Appointed by the city or local ward, these men were tasked with randomly sampling loaves from bakeries or stalls. They carried with them official standard weights, often made of iron or lead, issued by the crown. If a loaf was found to be underweight compared to the grain price, it would be seized and the baker fined. In cases of repeated offenses, the baker's name was reported to the mayor or justices, who had the authority to issue public punishment. Bread weighers were often drawn from the merchant classes, not aristocrats, but respected tradesmen or officials who were trusted to act with integrity. Their work was documented in wardmote rolls, local administrative records, where offenses were listed by name, location, and type of fraud. 2. Ale conners. Though primarily responsible for inspecting the quality and strength of ale, another staple of daily life, ale conners often worked alongside bread weighers. The combination made sense. Bread and ale were the fundamental diet of working people, and their regulation was part of the same public duty. Ale conners famously tested the drink by sitting in ale-soaked leather trousers to detect stickiness from sugar or improper fermentation, a method as theatrical as it was dubious. Still, both roles show the degree to which public trust was institutionalized through ritual and spectacle. From the London letter books, Guildhall archives, and assize records, we have numerous examples of how strictly the bread laws were enforced. Here are a few typical cases. 1331, Cheapside Market. A baker named William Atte Oster was fined for baking loaves, which lacked the full weight by 1 ounce. He was fined 2 shillings and warned that a repeat offense would lead to the pillory. 1373, Bread Street Ward. 3 bakers were charged with mixing their flour with coarse bran to disguise poor quality. Their loaves were publicly burned in front of their homes, and they were placed in the pillory for half a day. 1406, Smithfield Market. A woman baker, Alice de Klerk, was brought before the mayor's court for selling bread made of peas and beans mixed with chalk. While she claimed it was to stretch her supply during poor harvests, the court found it a fraudulent act against Christ's poor. She was fined and forced to give free bread to the parish for a month. These records reveal the severity of what might seem to us as minor offenses. But to a medieval judge, bread was justice, and justice began with weight and honesty. It's important to understand that bread was not simply a consumer good. It was also an expression of spiritual and social duty. The Lord's Prayer includes, "Give us this day our daily bread," tying sustenance directly to divine grace. Bread was used in religious rituals, such as the Eucharist, where its purity was central to Christian belief. Charitable loaves were distributed to the poor, especially during feast days, often inscribed with religious symbols. Bakers who defrauded their customers weren't just committing commercial dishonesty, they were undermining a sacred social contract. This helps explain why the punishments were so visible, even theatrical. The public needed reassurance that the community's food was protected both materially and spiritually. Although weight was the primary measure, quality also mattered. Loaves made of inferior grain, moldy flour, or filled with impurities could also result in penalties. Adulteration with chalk, sawdust, or ground beans to simulate white flour was considered especially egregious. Some loaves were baked to look larger or heavier than they were, what today we might call shrinkflation by design. In one 15th century case, a baker named Robert of St. Catherine's Dock was accused of inserting small stones into loaves to give them added weight. His punishment included 6 days in prison and forfeiture of all bread for sale. Though most bakers recorded in legal cases were men, many women worked in bread production, especially in small-scale operations or home-based sales. Women baked from home to sell in markets or from doorsteps. Widows of bakers were often allowed to continue their husband's trade under guild rules. In some records, female bakers' bakewives were inspected and punished with the same regularity as men. However, women were more vulnerable to accusations of fraud or price manipulation, particularly when operating outside guild protections. Their inclusion in records shows that bread law was applied across gender lines, though unevenly, reflecting broader inequalities in the period. Over time, as markets grew more complex and towns became cities, enforcement of bread standards evolved. Scales became standardized under royal seal, often stored in town halls or guild offices. The bread assize tables were publicly posted and updated based on weekly market prices. Petty courts handled minor violations quickly, freeing higher courts for more serious cases. In time, the need for dramatic punishments diminished, not because fraud disappeared, but because systems of enforcement improved. Instead of burning loaves in the street, officials simply revoked licenses, fined heavily, or barred sellers from market stalls. Still, the legacy of medieval bread law shaped the emergence of modern trade standards, paving the way for the weights and measures acts of the 18th and 19th centuries. Food purity laws in the Victorian era. The current practices of consumer rights regulation. In all these regulations, we see a deeper pattern. Bread reflected the balance between need and trust, survival and fairness. The concern wasn't just that someone got a smaller loaf. The concern was that someone, somewhere, cheated the community. In a world of narrow margins and limited abundance, that was not merely unfair. It was dangerous. Bread law enforced not just economic integrity, but a vision of social cohesion, in which no one starved because another cut corners. That ideal was rarely met, but the law, the weighers, and even the pillory existed to remind people that it mattered. By the dawn of the 17th century, the harsh, theatrical punishments that had once defined bread law, public burnings of fraudulent loaves, pillories in crowded squares, and fines that crippled small livelihoods began to lose their appeal in London. The system of bread regulation was still in place, but attitudes toward justice, reputation, and commerce were shifting. Several factors were at work. A rise in professionalization of trade guilds, which now preferred to police their own quietly. Growing urban complexity made public shame less effective in large, anonymous markets. And the emergence of legal formalism and insistence on records, process, and standardization was replacing spectacle with bureaucracy. In short, enforcement was moving from the street to the ledger. And while bread remained essential, the way society thought about fairness and food began to evolve. The pillory had long been a centerpiece of London justice. Located in major market districts Cheapside, Cornhill, Smithfield, it functioned both as punishment and warning. But as the 1600s progressed, its use became increasingly controversial. Critics raised several concerns. It undermined dignity and permanently marked the punished, even for minor offenses. It encouraged mob violence, sometimes resulting in injury or death. It failed to deter more organized or wealthy offenders who could pay fines instead. By the mid-18th century, the pillory had become a symbol of outdated cruelty, particularly for economic crimes. Though still used for certain offenses into the 1800s, it was officially abolished in England in 1837. That marked the end of public punishment for the baker who shaved a few ounces from his loaves. Yet the issue of consumer protection remained. And so, the mechanisms of justice adapted once more. With industrialization and increased urbanization, the 18th and 19th centuries saw the development of a new kind of consumer regulation, one that echoed the spirit of the Assize of Bread, but looked very different in form. Key developments included the Weights and Measures Act of 1824, which standardized units across the British Empire. The rise of trading standards inspectors, replacing bread weighers, with powers to inspect any goods for compliance. The creation of certified scales and official measurement systems, maintained by local governments. Introduction of packaging standards to prevent deceptive sale. In effect, the long history of the bread assize gave way to modern consumer protection law, rooted in the same principle: fairness in essentials. But now, instead of rope and pillory, there were stamps, licenses, and inspections. The law matured, but the logic remained. By the early 19th century, the assize of bread, still technically on the books, was largely obsolete. Its provisions no longer matched the realities of grain pricing, mass production, or urban supply chains. In 1822, Parliament passed the Bread Act, which repealed many parts of the assize, allowing bakers to price their loaves freely. 2 years later, further deregulation removed the final vestiges of the old law. What followed was a more free market approach, though still watched over by evolving public health and trade laws. Bread now moved from being a regulated right to a negotiated product, priced by supply and demand, not fixed weight charts. But this deregulation brought risks, too. Adulterated flour, poorly labeled products, and low-quality bread sold to the poor. The Public Health Acts of the 1840s and 1850s responded to this new environment, again placing consumer safety at the center of state concern, a testament to how enduring the problem really was. The medieval baker, once a public figure bound by ritual and fear of punishment, gradually became something quieter, a tradesperson among many, protected by laws but no longer uniquely burdened by public symbolism. Guilds lost their monopolies. Markets expanded and diversified. But the cultural memory of the baker's role, provider of the people's bread, guardian of sustenance and trust, remained embedded in language, tradition, and civic imagination. That's why the phrase "bread and circuses" still resonates, why we still speak of earning your daily bread, why we remember the baker's dozen as a practice of precaution and honesty. Even as technology changed how we eat, the idea that some things must be fair because they're too important not to be endured. When medieval London punished a dishonest baker, it wasn't simply about a light loaf. It was about protecting the invisible threads that bound society together. Bread was life. To cheat someone of it was to violate the most basic human trust. And though pillories are gone, those invisible threads remain. In the expiration date stamped on every package. In the nutrition labels we scan for truth. In the quiet confidence we place in weights, prices, and quality, even when we cannot test them ourselves. It's a trust still built on centuries of vigilance, and the occasional loaf weighed too lightly. There are no statues to the medieval bread weighers. No plaques for the bakers who kept the assize faithfully. Yet their work, so dull and ordinary, laid the groundwork for some of the most important protections we enjoy today as consumers. In the grand history of law, kings and treaties often take center stage, but beneath them are the quiet rules that govern what goes on our table and who ensures it's just. That's not just history. That's breakfast. Story 8. Trial by Fire: The Blistering Path to Proof in Anglo-Saxon Justice. In the twilight of Roman Britain and the slow dawn of Anglo-Saxon England, justice had no jury boxes, no barristers in robes, and no gavels echoing through oak-paneled chambers. Instead, for the accused, Justice often took the form of a red-hot iron bar or a pit of burning coals. This was the ordeal by fire, a judicial ritual as much as a legal proceeding. Practiced widely across early medieval Europe, it served not only to determine guilt or innocence, but also to affirm the presence of divine will in the outcome. To modern eyes, it seems both terrifying and primitive, and yet to those who lived under its shadow, it was a legitimate form of divine arbitration, a chance to prove one's innocence not just before men, but before God himself. But how did a glowing iron become a courtroom? In Anglo-Saxon England before the Norman conquest of 1066, law was not yet centralized. Kings issued codes, but enforcement was local, often tribal. Communities held their own assemblies known as moots to decide disputes and hear accusations. In serious cases, especially when there was no clear witness or confession, guilt was determined by ordeal. This wasn't a punishment, it was a test. And while there were multiple types of ordeal by water, by fire, even by ingestion of sacred bread, ordeal by fire was reserved for the gravest crimes: theft, sacrilege, perjury, or murder. When words failed, flames spoke. The ritual of the ordeal was tightly choreographed, combining legal process, religious ceremony, and communal participation. The accusation. A person might be accused formally by another member of the community, often at a hundred court. Accusations had to be public and supported by oaths, meaning that the accuser had to swear on their soul that the claim was true. No clear proof. If the case lacked hard evidence such as witnesses or a confession, the court could order an ordeal. The rationale was that God would not let an innocent suffer unjustly, and so would miraculously protect them. Preparation and fast. The accused was typically required to fast for 3 days, under supervision of a priest. This act of purification reflected the spiritual seriousness of the test to come. The ceremony. On the day of the ordeal, the accused, clergy, and villagers gathered, usually outside the church. A mass was said, holy water was sprinkled, psalms were sung. Then came the trial. There were 2 main types of fire ordeal. 1. The hot iron ordeal, ordeal of the plowshare or bar. A bar of iron, typically weighing 1 or 3 pounds, was heated in a fire until glowing red. The accused had to carry it barehanded for 3 paces, often across a designated path marked on the churchyard floor. In some versions, they had to place their hand in a cauldron holding the iron. 2. The fire pit ordeal. Less common in England, but present in continental Europe. The accused walked barefoot over burning embers or across heated plowshares. Afterward, the hand was immediately bandaged and sealed, often by a priest. 3 days later, it was unwrapped and examined. If the wound was clean and healing, the person was declared innocent. If festering or infected, guilt was assumed. It is important to note that these ordeals were religious ceremonies as much as judicial acts. The church did not invent the ordeals, but it adopted and sanctified them. By the 9th century, bishops and priests were routinely overseeing the process, reciting prayers and consecrating the tools. The ordeal was framed as God's judgment, not man. The physical trial was merely a formality. What mattered was the divine will revealed in the outcome. In that sense, the ordeal was a fusion of faith and fear, a ritual of communal justice enacted before the eyes of heaven and earth alike. Belief or bluff, the community's role. Although the ordeal appears brutal, it functioned within a complex social ecosystem. Many believed that the fear of ordeal was enough to deter false accusations or extract confessions. The entire village often attended. This was not a hidden practice, but a public ritual of accountability. Clergy and local leaders may have influenced the outcome by adjusting the heat or interpreting the wound with leniency. In practice, The ordeal could become a tool for upholding social order, not necessarily a random roll of divine dice. If a person was widely respected, the ordeal might be performed in a way that allowed for exoneration. If hated or distrusted, the process might skew toward guilt. Thus, the ordeal by fire wasn't merely a spiritual test, it was a mirror of communal judgment, cloaked in theology. Though detailed trial records from the early medieval period are scarce, some examples survive in ecclesiastical documents and legal codes. In Ethelred's laws, c. 1000 AD, there are stipulations on how the hot iron ordeal must be conducted, with clear instructions for clergy involvement. The Jerepha, a 10th century treatise on land and court administration, describes how servants and tenants might undergo ordeal when accused of stealing from the estate. In the life of St. Wulfstan, a man accused of theft is described as carrying hot iron and being found guiltless when his wound healed, cleanly considered proof of both his innocence and God's mercy. Such stories were widely circulated, reinforcing belief in divine justice and legitimizing the ordeal system. But doubts existed, too quietly at first. In many ways, ordeal by fire could only work as long as everyone believed in divine intervention, believed in the moral authority of the church, believed in the healing process as a form of revelation. The moment those beliefs were questioned, the entire system risked collapse, and by the 12th century, with growing church reform and intellectual skepticism, that faith began to erode. But how and why did the flames eventually flicker out? By the 11th and 12th centuries, Europe stood on the edge of profound transformation. Cities grew, universities formed, church authority centralized, and with it came a wave of intellectual skepticism about many established practices, including the ordeal by fire. The ordeal's foundation rested on divine will, but what if the ritual no longer spoke clearly? What if the iron was too hot or not hot enough? What if the priest favored the accused or despised them? With each question, the glowing iron began to cool in symbolic power. Yet in towns and villages across England, it still burned for a while. To understand how the ordeal began to wither, we must look at the cracks in the system, cases of manipulation, political use, and shifting theology that made this once sacred ritual look more like a tool of man than of God. Though the church oversaw the ordeal, priests were not always neutral, nor were they mere observers. They controlled every aspect of the process. The heating of the iron, the length of time the iron was held or carried, the sealing and opening of the wound after 3 days, the final judgment of healing subject to interpretation. This allowed flexibility in enforcement. In some communities, priests likely used the ordeal to protect the innocent from harsher secular punishments. In others, they may have weaponized the ritual to target heretics, rivals, or the socially marginal. While divine judgment was claimed, human bias was often present. In records from Canterbury and Winchester, there are accounts of hot iron ordeals being delayed, rescheduled, or abandoned based on local politics or the accused's connections. By the mid-12th century, some bishops and archdeacons were beginning to express concern that the ritual was being manipulated and no longer truly reflected divine intent. A few high-profile ordeals fueled further scrutiny and doubt. 1. The case of Godwine, c. 1100. In this case, preserved in the ecclesiastical history of Orderic Vitalis, a man named Godwine underwent the hot iron ordeal for alleged theft. The ordeal was conducted with formality and prayer, but when his wound festered, he was declared guilty only for the real thief to confess days later. This incident was widely known and discussed. Clergy debated whether Godwine's guilt had been assumed too hastily, and whether God's judgment had truly been revealed or merely presumed. 2. Ordeal in the battle for property. In several cases from Doomsday-era charters, the ordeal was used to settle property disputes, not just criminal charges. Accusers and defendants would both submit to the ordeal, and the one with the cleanest wound was said to have God's favor. In one known case, both parties' wounds healed well. The priest, unsure how to interpret this, called for a second ordeal which one party refused, claiming it would be tempting God. The land was awarded to the more devout man, not necessarily the more honest one. In situations like this, the ordeal began to lose credibility not just for the powerful, but for the everyday person whose fate now seemed tied to mood, weather, or political fortune. The decisive blow came not from local dissatisfaction, but from the highest reaches of the Catholic Church. In 1215, at the Fourth Lateran Council, Pope Innocent III issued a formal prohibition. Clergy were no longer allowed to participate in ordeals. This was not a casual directive, it was part of a broader movement to reform the Church, reduce superstition, and standardize doctrine. Innocent III argued that trial by ordeal presumed on God's will and was therefore spiritually dangerous. Clergy should not be involved in rituals that resembled pagan magic or spectacle. Judicial processes should be reoriented toward rational evidence and penance, not fire and suffering. With priests banned from administering or witnessing ordeals, the practice lost its theological legitimacy almost overnight. In England, where ordeal by fire was still common, this decree marked the beginning of the end. With the ordeal gone, courts needed a replacement. They found one in a very different source of truth, the jury. Rather than asking God to judge, the system began turning to neighbors who would hear evidence, consider character, and decide guilt. The transformation was gradual. Early juries in the 13th century were often witnesses as well as judges, drawn from the same villages as the accused. They were not impartial in the modern sense, but they represented a shift toward community-based reasoning. Over time, these jury panels became more structured, evolving into the common law trial system we recognize today. This was a seismic change not just in legal process, but in worldview. Where once the hand of heaven decided justice, now flesh and blood people did. And with it came a new kind of accountability and a new kind of error. Even after the formal end of the ordeal, its cultural power lingered. It persisted in folktales, where heroes walk through fire to prove innocence; popular legends, where divine signs still guided justice; language, where we still use phrases like a trial by fire to describe hardship or scrutiny. In some rural areas, unofficial ordeals continued. In one 14th-century case in Cornwall, a suspected thief was forced by locals to place his hand on a hot stone not sanctioned by law, but still believed to reveal guilt. These ghost rituals reflect a deeper truth. People want certainty, especially in times of fear or dispute. The ordeal offered that, however flawed, by appealing to something greater than human judgment. When the ordeal disappeared, it left behind an uncertainty modern systems still struggle with. Today, historians study the ordeal not only through charters and law codes, but through manuscripts of canon law, court rolls, and ecclesiastical texts. Many of these sources reflect the tension between belief and doubt, between ritual and reality. The laws of Ethelred provide instructions on fire ordeals that remain some of the earliest written legal procedures in England. The Quadripartitus, a Latin translation of Anglo-Saxon law, includes descriptions of ordeal as a divine mechanism within a Christian cosmology. Canon lawyers like Gratian and Peter Lombard began arguing by the 12th century that such tests tempted God, violating the principle that humans should not demand miracles. In these documents, we see the ordeal not simply as a curiosity of the past, but as part of a long, painful struggle to reconcile justice, truth, and faith. What is most remarkable about the ordeal is not its violence, but its underlying premise, that the body itself could speak truth, that wounds could reveal morality, and that God intervened in flesh. This belief system was coherent in its time. And yet, once it began to crack under the weight of abuse, skepticism, and theological reform, the entire structure fell. The glowing iron cooled. The bandaged hands were no longer divine messages. And in their place rose papers, pens, and people who sat in judgment. When the ordeal by fire was effectively outlawed in 1215 by papal decree, it did not vanish overnight. Across the countryside of England, where law was often slow to travel, it lingered in memory, in whispered local customs, and sometimes illicitly in practice. But institutionally, the fire was extinguished. The clergy's removal from the ordeal dismantled its divine authority. Without the church's blessing, the ordeal was simply a painful superstition, and one that could no longer be cloaked in ceremony. For those who had long believed the iron judged fairly, this created a vacuum. What would now determine guilt when evidence was lacking? What, if not the searing iron, could settle disputes where certainty was impossible? The answer lay not in fire but in deliberation. The English legal system pivoted toward the jury trial, already a growing custom in local courts. Unlike ordeal, which asked for God's intervention, the jury relied on community knowledge and reputation. Early juries were not impartial by design. Jurors were often selected specifically because they knew the parties involved and could speak to their character and conduct. Their judgment was not a verdict of strangers, but of neighbors. The transition had its difficulties. Juries could be biased or corrupt. The process lacked the perceived drama and finality of ordeal. Some communities resisted the change, feeling that trial by ordeal, for all its brutality, was less open to human manipulation. Yet, over the 13th and 14th centuries, the jury system gained favor, particularly under the strengthening influence of common law courts. The idea that men not divine fire should resolve disputes became embedded in English legal identity. It was the beginning of a legal tradition that continues to this day. Although the physical ordeal vanished, its structure left deep impressions on English law. Public spectacle. Even today, courtrooms are public. The idea that justice must be seen to be done echoes the ordeal's ceremonial visibility. Ritualized process. Modern trials follow ritual procedures, oaths, formal language, official roles mirroring the careful steps of ordeal, minus the flame. Finality and resolution. The ordeal offered a clear end. So does a jury verdict. Both reflect a human desire for closure, whether delivered by divine signs or reasoned judgment. Moral weight of the accusation. In both systems, the burden of accusation carried gravity. Accusing someone falsely, then or now, remains a serious legal and social offense. A central feature of the post-ordeal world was the increased importance of documentation. No longer could guilt or innocence be declared with a healed or festering hand. Now, judges demanded witness statements, charters, contracts, and testimony. Law began to move from the body to the page. This shift led to the rise of legal scribes, record keepers, and the formalization of court records. It made justice more bureaucratic, perhaps less dramatic, but more stable. Paper, not pain, would speak. Over time, this facilitated the development of legal precedent, a growing body of case law, studied and referenced. The emergence of legal professionals, clerks, lawyers, and judges trained in interpretation. The ordeal's demise, then, was not just the fall of one method. It marked the transformation of law itself from divine ordeal to documented evidence, from supernatural proof to rational adjudication. Though banned in practice, ordeal by fire remained symbolically powerful in the English imagination. Writers, poets, and chroniclers continued to use the image of the ordeal to represent suffering in pursuit of truth, proving one's innocence through hardship, the tension between divine justice and human law. Consider, in the vision of Piers Plowman, the author critiques false justice, referencing ordeal-like metaphors. In later medieval romances, heroes prove themselves not in courts but through trials of pain and endurance, spiritual echoes of the ordeal. Shakespeare's plays, though centuries later, often dramatize justice as something that must be felt and suffered, not merely spoken. The image of the glowing iron endures as a moral metaphor, even when its legal function had long vanished. The ordeal by fire was never just about crime. It was about truth and the body. That wounds could reveal sin. That God would intervene in flesh. That justice could be made visible in the healing process. This belief may seem alien to modern minds, but it offered a kind of certainty that many still crave. Today, forensic evidence, DNA, and surveillance cameras offer their own, irrefutable proofs, but none are without flaws. Just as the ordeal presumed divine infallibility, modern law sometimes presumes scientific infallibility, a problematic assumption in both cases. The ordeal teaches us that no system is free from human hands, even those that claim divine or empirical objectivity. Though fire no longer settles legal matters, its spirit lives on in subtler ways. The phrase trial by fire is used in military, political, and personal contexts to describe difficult initiations. Public trials, especially in the media, take on an almost ritualistic quality, where guilt is tested not by wounds, but by scrutiny and shame. Some fringe legal systems or radical religious groups have revived ordeal-like practices, though these are widely condemned. The appeal of the ordeal remains. It promises clarity. It removes ambiguity. It offers a physical sign of an internal truth. That need never truly disappears. In the space where the glowing iron once lay, modern law now stands cool, reasoned, codified. But it still bears the imprint of the old ways. The need to believe in the truth-finding process. The urge to punish clearly and visibly. The desire to see guilt or innocence laid bare. These are not medieval urges, they are human ones. Story 9. The Court of the Cat's Animal Trials and Legal Theater in Medieval France. In the year 1386, in the Norman town of Falaise, a pig stood before a court of law. Its crime, murdering a child. Dressed in human clothing and shackled at the feet, the sow faced formal charges. The bailiff read the indictment aloud. A judge presided. A lawyer, yes, an actual lawyer was appointed to defend the pig. The trial proceeded with all the procedural seriousness one might expect of a case involving human life. At the end, the court found the pig guilty. It was sentenced to public execution, hanged from a gallows in the town square. This event, absurd as it may seem, was not an anomaly. In fact, it was one of hundreds of animal trials held in medieval and early modern Europe, most of them in France, but also in parts of Italy, Switzerland, and the Holy Roman Empire. The question is not just why these trials happened, but how, and what they reveal about justice, belief, and the blurred boundary between human and beast in medieval society. In our modern world, animals are considered legal non-persons. They cannot be tried or punished, at least not in a court of law, but in the 13th to 17th centuries this was not the case. Animals, especially domesticated ones, were understood to live within the social contract of the human world. If a pig lived in a village, ate its scraps, wandered its streets, and slept in the barn, it was like the townsfolk expected to obey certain rules. If it violated those rules, particularly by harming humans or damaging property, it could be held accountable. And so pigs, cows, bulls, goats, dogs, even roosters were placed on trial for murder. theft of crops, desecration of sacred spaces, public disturbance, sexual impropriety, particularly in allegations of bestiality. More surprisingly, insects and vermin, rats, locusts, weevils were also brought before ecclesiastical courts for blighting harvests or spoiling grain. The trials were not symbolic or humorous, they were procedurally real, even when the defendants were absurd. Though the idea of trying a pig may seem like parody, the process was often more structured than early human trials. Animal trials fell into two categories. 1. Secular trials, conducted in civil or manorial courts, usually involved domesticated animals, pigs, oxen, horses, especially when the animal had injured or killed a person. These trials mirrored the human judicial process. Charges were formally read. Witnesses were called. The animal was kept in custody. Defense advocates were appointed. Sentences included hanging, burning, or excommunication. The execution was public, meant not only as punishment, but as a warning to others, animal and human alike. 2. Ecclesiastical trials, used for swarms, pests, or supernatural offenses. Rats might be summoned to court and given time to appear. If they failed to do so, they might be excommunicated. Monks and bishops used formal rites to curse or expel vermin from towns and fields. These were not performative jokes. They were theological acts meant to restore harmony between man, nature, and God. The archives of European law, particularly in France, preserve numerous cases involving animals. Some of the most well-documented include the Falaise pig, 1386. A pig was tried and executed for murdering an infant. The local authorities even cut off its snout and ears before hanging, a symbolic mutilation mirroring human criminal punishment. The killer bull of Pont de l'Arche, 1314. A bull trampled a man to death and was sentenced to hanging. The event was attended by a large crowd, and a public gallows was specially constructed. The rats of Autun, 1480. The rats were summoned for devouring grain. When they failed to appear, their defense lawyer Bartholomew Chassaigny argued they had a valid reason. They feared for their safety due to cats along the road. The case was delayed, then abandoned. Chassaigny would go on to become a respected jurist. To modern sensibilities, these cases appear irrational, but within medieval logic the trials were theologically valid. All creatures were under God's law. Morally resonant, justice meant setting right all disorder. Didactic, public punishment educated people and reminded them of the moral fabric of society. Performative, the trials reaffirmed the authority of the law, even in absurd contexts. Apotropaic, in the case of pests, they were rituals meant to ward off further destruction. Medieval people did not believe pigs and rats had souls in the way humans did, but they believed divine order governed all things, and that breaches in that order required formal correction. Trying an animal was less about revenge and more about restoring cosmic balance. In many ways, these trials were not just legal proceedings, they were public rituals. The gallows, the legal robes, the readings of indictments, the presence of spectators, the solemnity of judgment, all were part of a dramatic performance where society reaffirmed its values. In trying a pig or excommunicating a locust swarm, the court made visible the tension between order and chaos. They were spectacles of power, but also of communal catharsis. The public execution of an animal allowed fear and blame to be externalized and dealt with in the form of a body on the gallows. Another key dimension was ownership. Animals that lived in human communities were often the property of individuals or towns. If a pig caused harm, its owner might be liable, but if the animal were formally tried and executed, that punishment might replace or reduce the owner's responsibility. This was a legal fiction, but one that helped prevent blood feuds or long-standing grievances. The animal took the blame. Justice was seen to be done. In some cases, animals were pardoned if their actions were provoked. A sow might be spared if it killed while defending its piglets. Courts tried to assign context and proportionality, even when the defendant could not speak. The trials point to a deeper medieval belief that the boundary between human and animal was not as fixed as it is today. People believed in werewolves, animal familiars, and transformations. Animals could act on behalf of the devil or of God. They could be morally good or evil. This worldview allowed for the idea that a pig could murder, or a rooster could commit heresy. One was once tried for laying an egg seen as unnatural and thus demonic. In such a cosmology, trying an animal made a kind of sense. Justice belonged to a world where categories were porous and identity was mutable. In the annals of medieval jurisprudence, one name emerges again and again when discussing animal trials: Bartholomew Chasseney. Born around 1480 in France, Chasseney was no eccentric backwoods lawyer. He was a highly educated jurist, trained in canon and civil law. He would eventually serve as president of the Parliament of Provence and write influential legal treatises. But before any of that, he rose to prominence for a bizarre distinction. He defended rats in court. The case is recorded in detail in ecclesiastical legal archives and later referenced by historians of medieval law. In the town of Autun, a complaint had been brought before a church court against rats that were allegedly destroying crops and threatening the food supply. These weren't ordinary pest control matters. The complaint was addressed to the ecclesiastical authority, and the rats were summoned to appear. Bartholomew Chasseney was appointed, or volunteered, to defend them. The court issued a public summons to the rats of the region. It was proclaimed from church pulpits and read in market squares, as was custom for serving legal notice. The rats, unsurprisingly, failed to appear. The prosecutor argued this failure demonstrated their guilt and disrespect for the court. But Chasseney offered a sophisticated legal rebuttal. He argued the summons had not been properly served. Rats lived in widely scattered burrows across a vast region. A single announcement in Autun did not constitute due process. The court had not given them adequate chance to respond. They feared for their safety. Even if they wished to attend, traveling to court meant crossing territories filled with predators, most notably cats. The court, Chasseney claimed, should issue guarantees of safe passage. The court, perhaps more amused than offended, accepted the argument and adjourned the case. No verdict was rendered. The rats lived on, legally exonerated by delay and clever advocacy. This was not merely a humorous episode. Chasseney's defense demonstrates a deep engagement with the law's form and logic, even when applied to absurd subjects. He treated the case with full procedural seriousness. Beyond rats, insects were often tried en masse. Records from 15th and 16th century France, Switzerland, and Italy include trials of locusts devouring crops, weevils destroying vineyards, caterpillars infesting orchards. These creatures were summoned before ecclesiastical courts, not secular ones. The logic was spiritual. God had created all beings, but when creation turned destructive, it became a theological disorder, something the church had authority to address. The process typically unfolded like this: complaint received from a town or monastery suffering agricultural damage. Summons issued to the offending species, demanding they appear or vacate the land. If the insects failed to comply, a formal curse or excommunication was delivered. Often, the curse named specific boundaries, ordering the insects to leave one parish but allowing them safe haven in another. Prayers and fasts were performed to support the exorcism. In one famous case from 1519 in St. Julien, France, weevils were offered a compromise. They would be given a portion of land near a monastery as their habitat, so long as they left the vineyards alone. The insects, it seems, did not comply and were duly cursed. It's tempting to dismiss these episodes as farce or superstition, but the procedures used to prosecute animals, especially insects, were theologically and legally coherent within the worldview of the time. Legal scholars of the era debated whether animals could be said to possess moral agency. The answer was usually no, but this didn't make them immune to punishment. Instead, their trials were seen as ritual expulsion of chaos from the community, affirmation of divine justice, a form of moral pedagogy for humans, using animals as mirrors. Even the use of defense attorneys for animals was meaningful. It reflected the belief that justice must be impartial and procedurally sound, even when the defendant was incapable of understanding the charges. In effect, animal trials were legal theater, but not in the sense of mockery. They were serious performances of cosmic and moral order, rooted in three core beliefs. Animals existed within God's law. Even if they were not culpable in the human sense, they were still participants in a world governed by divine justice. Punishment restored social and spiritual harmony. Just as human criminals were punished to cleanse the community, animal punishment acted as a form of ritual purification. Law must be seen to operate universally. The consistency of the legal system, even applied to animals, demonstrated its moral integrity and reach. This is why trials followed such exacting procedures. The presence of form made the law real, even when the subject seemed irrational. In many cases, especially involving domesticated animals, the trial concluded with a public punishment. A pig that killed a child might be hanged before a large crowd. A bull that gored its owner might be beheaded. A horse deemed violent could be burned or drowned. These executions were rituals of retribution, similar in tone to human capital punishment. The spectacle mattered. In 1474, a rooster was tried in Basel, Switzerland for laying an egg, which was considered a demonic act. The egg was destroyed, and the rooster was burned alive in a public square. Punishment was less about deterrence, animals can't learn from others, mistakes, and more about affirming the supremacy of divine human law. Secular and ecclesiastical courts approached animal trials differently. Secular trials mirrored human legal systems and focused on individual animals, especially those that injured people. Ecclesiastical trials emphasized collective harm like crop damage, and used spiritual tools, prayers, curses, excommunication. This dual approach reveals a society with two parallel justice systems, each handling different layers of moral and practical disorder. The cooperation between these spheres was common. A town might call on the church to exorcise vermin, while also punishing a pig for murder in civil court. To a medieval person, this was not a contradiction. It was a complete cosmological response to disorder. Bartholomew Chassigny didn't stop at rats. He wrote a comprehensive legal treatise called the Concilia, filled with reasoned argument and citations to Roman and canon law. He became a pillar of early modern jurisprudence. His defense of the rats was not an eccentric moment, it was a demonstration of law as universal reason, applicable even to absurd cases. Through him, we see how deeply the ritual of justice mattered, even more than its practical outcome. By the early 1700s, the once ordinary spectacle of animals standing trial, cloaked in miniature tunics, surrounded by solemn magistrates, had largely vanished from the European legal landscape. But why? After all, these trials had persisted for centuries across multiple countries and under various legal regimes. They had filled town squares with crowds and left behind execution records and legal briefs. Yet quietly, they fell out of favor. The reasons for this decline were not sudden or singular. Rather, they reflected broader shifts in science, theology, jurisprudence, and public sentiment that gradually dismantled the mental world that had once made these trials plausible. Let us walk through the long retreat of the animal defendant. Perhaps the greatest blow to the concept of animal trials came from the philosophical revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries. The Enlightenment fostered a new view of nature as a mechanistic system, governed by laws of physics rather than divine whim. Animals, once viewed as moral actors within a God-ordained hierarchy, were now understood as non-rational beings, incapable of guilt, malice, or moral deliberation. The Cartesian view of animals as automata biological machines that responded only to stimuli stripped them of spiritual agency. Under this framework, it became increasingly absurd to hold animals responsible for crimes. If animals were incapable of intent, then punishment had no moral meaning. Justice, after all, required mens rea a guilty mind. A pig might kill, but it could not sin. At the same time, European legal systems were centralizing and professionalizing. Law codes were being standardized. Judicial procedure became more rigorous. Jurists sought to eliminate irrational customs that embarrassed modernizing institutions. Animal trials, with their anthropomorphic logic and theatrical elements, began to seem anachronistic leftovers from a medieval worldview no longer compatible with modern courts. Gradually, ecclesiastical courts lost their grip on agricultural and moral cases. Secular courts stopped accepting animal complaints. Judges refused to hear cases against rats or roosters. By the 18th century, many of the old justifications, ritual purification, divine justice, cosmic order, had dissolved under the pressure of empiricism and modern jurisprudence. The Church itself also played a role in the decline. As Catholic theology became more refined and Protestant theology restructured itself, the soul became more clearly delineated as the unique domain of humans. If animals had no souls, then they could not sin. And if they could not sin, they could not be judged under divine or moral law. Earlier, the ambiguity around animal souls had left open the possibility of moral culpability. That ambiguity evaporated with clearer theological definitions. Now, animals could be punished as nuisances or dangers, but not as criminals. The very audiences who had once crowded town squares to watch pigs hanged or bulls executed now began to see such events as barbaric relics. Newspaper accounts from the 18th century show increasing skepticism and sometimes outright mockery of towns that still practiced animal trials. The age of satire had arrived. Writers like Voltaire and Swift used absurd examples including animal trials to critique the excesses of legalism and religious dogma. What had once been rituals of moral reinforcement now seemed fit for parody. Once the spectacle lost its solemnity, it lost its function. Though nearly extinct by the late 1700s, animal trials did not disappear entirely. In 1796, a case emerged in Abbeville, France. A dog had bitten a child who later died of rabies. The townspeople demanded justice. A court convened. The dog's owner was brought forward, but the dog itself was also addressed. While no formal sentence was carried out, the case shows that the old impulse still lingered, the belief that the animal must, in some way, be made accountable. But such cases were now exceptions, curiosities more than standard proceedings. They would be the last flickers of a judicial tradition that had once seemed as natural as any other. Though the trials are gone, their legacy lingers in subtle ways. 1. Anthropomorphism in law and culture. We continue to speak of animals as if they possess moral qualities, We call sharks murderers, lions noble, dogs loyal, and raccoons thieves. These labels have legal consequences in debates about dangerous animals, euthanasia laws, or protections for good behavior. To animals as legal subjects, sort of. Modern law still holds animals in a strange in-between status. They are not people, but they aren't objects either. Courts hear cases involving animal cruelty or custody of pets in divorce. Some legal scholars now advocate for animal personhood, especially for great apes, dolphins, and elephants. Zoos, labs, and factory farms face moral scrutiny, much of it echoing the old view that animals exist within the moral sphere of humans. We no longer try animals for murder, but we do struggle with how to assign rights, responsibilities, and value to their lives. 3. The legal theater persists. Perhaps most intriguingly, the ritualistic nature of the courtroom robes, oaths, public performance still echoes the format of the animal trial. Justice must not only be done, it must be seen to be done, even when irrational. The animal trials of medieval France may appear ludicrous to us now, but they served real purposes in their time. They projected human values onto the world. They made sense of the senseless. They offered public rituals for absorbing tragedy, fear, and disruption. They demonstrated the law's power to speak, even in silence. It wasn't really about the pig or the weevil. It was about the community's belief that justice must be universal, even if it meant speaking to the speechless. What do we make of a time when rats were summoned to court and pigs hanged for murder? Were these people irrational or simply committed to finding order in a world where chaos had no other name? And in our own time, where the boundaries of personhood are still contested, where we still speak of bad dogs and evil predators, are we truly so far removed from the court of the cats? Story 10. Wager of Battle: The Duel as Courtroom in Anglo-Norman England. Two armored men step into a roped-off enclosure. They recite sacred oaths before witnesses and magistrates. Swords are drawn. One will stand victorious. The other may lie dead or yield, admitting guilt. This is not a battlefield. It is a courtroom. In Anglo-Norman England and much of medieval Europe, the practice of trial by combat, also known as the wager of battle, was a fully legal means of settling disputes. It was not a duel of passion or pride, but a formal judicial process, sanctioned by law, overseen by courts, and intended to reveal divine judgment. To modern sensibilities, it seems theatrical and violent, but to those who practiced it, the duel was an instrument of law, not chaos. The origins of trial by combat stretch deep into Germanic and Norse traditions, predating Christianity in Europe. Early medieval societies lacked complex bureaucracies or forensic evidence. They relied instead on a blend of oaths in honor, public rituals of proof, religious belief in divine justice. When testimony conflicted and there were no witnesses, how could guilt or innocence be known? Enter the sword. Under Frankish and Anglo-Saxon law, combat was one of several ordeals, alongside hot iron, water, and ingestion of holy bread used to invoke divine intervention. But trial by combat was unique in that it allowed human agency and physical prowess to carry the burden of judgment. Still, the result was ultimately left to God, who, it was believed, would grant victory to the just. Following the Norman conquest of England in 1066, trial by combat became more formally integrated into English legal custom. The Normans brought with them a deeply martial culture, one that revered strength, loyalty, and the duel as a noble instrument. By the 12th century, combat had been standardized into English common law. Some key features included formal accusation appel. The plaintiff appellant accused the defendant appellee of a serious crime, often murder, theft, or treason. Oath of truth. Both parties swore to the justice of their cause. Offer of battle. The plaintiff could demand trial by combat if no witnesses or confessions existed. Court approval. Judges had to approve the duel and set its date and location. Legal rules of combat. Weapons, armor, and fighting procedures were regulated. Yielding was permitted, but defeat meant legal guilt. The duel wasn't limited to criminal cases. It was also used in land disputes, especially under feudal tenure, where questions of ownership could be resolved through armed proof. Not everyone could or had to fight. Knights and nobles were expected to defend their honor personally. Commoners, especially women or the elderly, could appoint champions as substitute to fight in their name. In some cases, monks and clergy were exempt, as were the infirm or very old. In property disputes, landlords and vassals might designate trusted retainers as champions. This led to a semi-professional class of fighters who specialized in courtroom duels. Some were hired mercenaries with reputations for martial skill and questionable ethics. One such infamous champion was Philip Mark, a sheriff and landholder known for winning numerous property duels in the early 13th century, more through intimidation than divine intervention. The system was ripe for abuse. The stakes were high. Victory meant exoneration and legal vindication. Defeat meant guilt, sentencing, or death either from wounds sustained or as formal punishment. Yielding was taken as confession. In civil disputes, the loser forfeited claims to property, status, or inheritance. This binary logic, win or be guilty, made the wager of battle a terrifying but efficient legal mechanism in an age with few investigative tools. The duel might last for hours, with exhaustion, blood loss, and surrender often ending it before death. But death was not uncommon, and in many cases the defeated party, if not killed, was swiftly executed. Several high-profile cases illustrate the dramatic and dangerous nature of trial by combat in England. Henry of Essex, 1163. A royal standard-bearer under King Henry II. Henry of Essex was accused of treason after allegedly fleeing battle and claiming the king was dead. Henry denied the charge, but his accuser demanded trial by combat. The king approved. During the duel, Henry of Essex was beaten nearly to death and lost the fight. Though spared execution, he was stripped of titles and entered a monastery. This case reinforced the view that God's will was revealed in victory, even when the accused was a noble of high standing. The Ashford v. Thornton case, 1818. Astonishingly, the last recorded demand for trial by combat in England came more than 600 years later. Abraham Thornton, accused of murdering a young woman named Mary Ashford, was acquitted at trial, but her brother, William Ashford, invoked an ancient right. He issued an appeal of murder and challenged Thornton to battle. The court accepted the appeal. Thornton responded with a wager of battle, reviving the medieval right in the 19th century. Ashford, unprepared and unwilling to fight, withdrew the case. Outcry followed. Parliament soon passed legislation abolishing private appeals and trial by combat, closing a legal chapter that had persisted long after its prime. To understand why people accepted combat as legal proof, we must set aside modern expectations of evidence, forensics, and due process. In a world where literacy was limited, courts were local and personal, social honor mattered more than individual rights, God was seen as an active agent in daily affairs. It made perfect sense to believe that the righteous would be protected by divine will in battle. Even false accusers took real risks. If they were defeated, they too faced death or punishment for perjury. In this way, the duel maintained a form of moral equilibrium, brutal, yes, but not arbitrary. The duel was not fought in secret. It was public and performative, often held near a churchyard or central green. A temporary arena was constructed. Spectators gathered often in large numbers. A judge presided. Religious officials blessed the proceedings. The fight began with strict ceremonial order. This theatricality was part of its power. Justice was not hidden in documents or behind closed doors. It was made visible, tangible, physical, final. And for a population accustomed to visible punishment, the duel was justice personified. The wager of battle wasn't simply a contest of brute force. It was built upon a deeply structured legal framework, a choreography of ritual, rights, and responsibilities that served as both a legal proceeding and a community spectacle. Far from a lawless fight, the combat trial was an orderly process, bookended by oaths, procedural formalities, and the watchful eyes of both legal officials and the public. Its function was dual: to deliver verdicts in the absence of evidence and to reinforce the power of public justice. Let's examine how this peculiar form of trial wasn't merely tolerated, it was instrumental in shaping England's medieval legal culture. A trial by combat in England followed a strict formula, whether in a civil or criminal case. Initiation by appeal. The plaintiff, appellant, issued a formal accusation and demanded combat. In criminal cases, this could be a family member of a victim. In civil disputes, often over land, the demand was usually by one party to the other in an unresolved claim. Court approval. A judge would review whether trial by combat was legally permissible in the case. If allowed, the defendant could either accept or request a trial by jury, but refusing combat could be construed as guilt. Oaths and wagers. Both parties swore sacred oaths, asserting that their cause was just. They placed a symbolic stake, a glove, belt, or coin into the court's hands. This was the wager of battle, representing their life or claim. Summoning and arming. A date and location were set. Rules were defined. Weapons, often wooden clubs or blunted swords, limits of the arena and duration. Combat and outcome. The fight would begin under court supervision. Yielding meant confession or forfeiture. Death or incapacity ended the fight and finalized the verdict. Through this highly formalized process, trial by combat was not seen as barbarism, it was a legally binding path to justice, rooted in the logic and customs of the time. While knights and landowners often fought personally, others could legally appoint champion surrogates who fought on their behalf. Champions were usually male, though there are extremely rare accounts of women appointing male champions in their name. Sometimes professionals, though laws attempted to discourage mercenary combatants, a losing cause. Often oath-bound to their employers, swearing to fight not just for money, but for the justness of the claim. In some civil cases, the champion was required to be of similar social status, especially when inheritance or feudal obligations were involved. This reinforced the idea that justice was a social act, not a personal one. One of the most common uses of trial by combat was to resolve land ownership disputes, particularly among feudal lords. Why combat? Written documentation was rare or ambiguous. Oaths of loyalty and tenure could conflict. Witnesses were few or biased. Property passed through complicated feudal relationships, often contested. In such scenarios, a duel could decisively resolve conflicting claims. The outcome of the fight didn't just settle ownership, it created a binding legal precedent that could not be challenged. One famous example is the * Battle of the Lewes, where land rights between minor nobles were settled by combat and confirmed by royal charter afterward. The result of the duel shaped inheritance lines for decades. To the modern mind, the idea that swordplay could determine truth seems absurd. But in the cultural context of medieval Europe, It was an expression of truth, not a distortion. Truth wasn't only something spoken, it was something proven through visible, bodily commitment. To stand before God and fight for your claim meant you believed in your innocence or right. You risked everything to uphold it. If you lost, God had judged otherwise. Even when the results seemed arbitrary or tragic, the system provided what many medieval societies valued above all else: a final answer. The penalty for losing a legal duel could vary depending on the nature of the case. Criminal cases, loss could mean execution, mutilation, or imprisonment. Civil cases, loss meant forfeiting land, title, or property. Moral loss, even if a person survived the duel, yielding was a public confession of guilt or dishonor. There was no appeal. The duel was the final judgment, and once delivered, it could not be reversed. This irrevocability, though harsh, created legal certainty, a valued commodity in an era of shifting power and unclear rights. The legal duel embedded itself in the cultural imagination of medieval England and beyond. In chivalric romances, knights defended their lady's honor or proved noble lineage in combat. In historical chronicles, noble disputes were often framed as God's judgment through the sword. Legal training in later centuries still referenced past duels as precedent. Perhaps the most enduring literary example is found in Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe, 1819, which romanticized the concept of legal dueling. Scott's fiction reflects a nostalgic view of a supposedly noble, chivalric justice long after the practice had fallen out of use. Even as it was practiced, trial by combat began to draw criticism. Judges increasingly preferred jury trials or chartered resolutions. By the 14th century, royal courts began to frown upon the duel, seeing it as chaotic and open to abuse. Jurists and clerics argued it was a form of judgment better left in God's hands through prayer or penance, not swordplay. Legal documents, charters, land grants, contracts became more common, reducing the need for bodily proof. Still, trial by combat lingered as a legal right, even if rarely invoked. Rather than dismissing the duel as brutal or primitive, it's more accurate to see it as a reflection of the limits of medieval institutions, a deep belief in divine justice, the power of ritual to resolve uncertainty. In a world without police forces, forensic science, or investigative bureaus, trial by combat offered a visible mechanism for social resolution, however bloody. It was never perfect, but it worked in its own way. By the 15th century, trial by combat had largely disappeared from daily legal practice in England, replaced by emerging mechanisms of jury trials, royal writs, and parliamentary statutes. Yet, the right to demand a judicial duel still lingered in legal code, a fossilized remnant of older times. In the countryside, the idea of resolving disputes with fists or swords held cultural sway long after it lost legal legitimacy. In cities, professional judges increasingly viewed it as obsolete, theatrical, and unpredictable. Still, the ghost of the duel would not be fully exorcised until the 19th century. The final nail in the coffin came in one of the most bizarre and revealing episodes in British legal history. In 1817, Mary Ashford, a young servant girl, was found drowned in a pit outside Birmingham after attending a local fair. Suspicion quickly fell on Abraham Thornton, a bricklayer's son who had been seen with her that night. Thornton was tried for murder. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. Still, he was acquitted, to the outrage of Mary's family and much of the public. But Mary's brother, William Ashford, wasn't satisfied. He invoked an ancient legal right that had not been used in centuries: the appeal of murder, a private prosecution that allowed the accuser to bypass the state and bring the matter back to court. To the shock of the judges, Abraham Thornton responded by demanding trial by combat, a legal right still technically enshrined in English common law. He declared in court, "I am not guilty, and am ready to defend the same with my body." The court was stunned, but the law, dusty and antiquated though it was, still allowed it. Now the burden shifted to William Ashford. Would he fight? Ashford, a young man with no military background, was ill-prepared to face Thornton, a laborer of strong physique. He declined to accept the challenge. As a result, the case collapsed. No duel took place. Thornton was released once more and left the courtroom a free man again. Public reaction was swift and furious. Newspapers called it a scandal, and Parliament faced immediate pressure to revise the law. The following year, in 1819, the British Parliament passed the Appeals of Murder Abolition Act, which formally ended both private appeals and trial by combat in English law. It had taken over 700 years, but the legal duel was finally, officially dead. While England retained trial by combat longer than many of its neighbors, the decline of the practice across Europe followed a similar arc. In France, judicial duels were common in the 9th through 13th centuries, but fell out of favor by the 1400s. The French crown increasingly saw them as a threat to royal authority. In the Holy Roman Empire, the duel remained a part of Germanic legal custom well into the 16th century, though it gradually became ceremonial. In Scandinavia, where honor culture ran deep, the duel had both legal and extra-legal importance, with holmgangs, formal duels, used to settle disputes until Christianization brought new legal systems. By the early modern period across Europe, legal codes increasingly emphasized rational evidence, procedure, and the authority of the sovereign, leaving little room for the battlefield courtroom. What is perhaps most astonishing is not that trial by combat was abolished, but that it endured for so long. Several factors contributed to its longevity. Legal inertia. Once a procedure is embedded in common law, it can remain long after it falls out of use. The duel simply stayed on the books. Cultural prestige. Combat as proof of honor retained appeal in noble and military circles, even after its legal utility waned. Lack of alternatives. For centuries, there was no better way to resolve cases where testimony conflicted and evidence was lacking. Theatrical justice. Trial by combat provided a visible resolution. The winner stood literally as the righteous party. Even as the Enlightenment dawned, many ordinary people continued to believe that physical survival could reveal truth, and that the sword could still speak for justice. Though legally defunct, the echoes of trial by combat are still felt today. 1. Honor culture and dueling. In the 17th to 19th centuries, private dueling, though illegal, thrived among gentlemen, especially in France, England, and the American South. These were not legal trials, but they carried the same structure: challenge, public spectacle, weapons, and a resolution outside state control. 2. Legal rituals. The courtroom retains many ceremonial aspects that resemble the duel. 2 parties facing off under strict rules. A referee figure, the judge. Oath sworn. Public performance. Victory or defeat determined by process. The sword has been replaced by rhetoric, but the confrontation remains. 3. Cultural fascination. Films, novels, and video games frequently dramatize trial by combat as a symbol of justice, masculinity, or divine will. From Game of Thrones to The Last Duel, the archetype lives on. At its heart, the wager of battle reveals something deeply human, a yearning for decisive, embodied justice in a world of ambiguity. While flawed, the duel gave a sense of control, ritual, and closure, and for many centuries that was enough. In the absence of forensic evidence or trusted legal institutions, combat offered a strange kind of fairness. equal risk, equal chance before God and witnesses. And that equality, however brutal, was persuasive. In 2002, a man in the United States jokingly tried to invoke trial by combat to settle a small claims dispute, citing medieval precedent. The court, unsurprisingly, rejected the motion. Yet the incident highlights how the concept still resonates, a relic of an age when law and violence were one, and truth had to be fought for, literally. We may recoil at the idea of justice by sword, but in a world without trust, without institutions, and without evidence, was it truly so strange to let the body speak where the voice could not? And today, when trials are fought with words instead of weapons, are we any closer to certainty, or merely further from the clarity that combat once promised?